This little one looks really good. Eyes and mouth like mom, forehead and nose like dad. Oh dear, how could they not be a big star when they grow up? Not only does she look good, but she's also particularly smart. She could flip over by herself at just 3 months. HMPH, not only can she flip over, but she can also talk. Can she really talk at such a young age? Of course, if you ask her where her daddy is, she responds with ya ya, and if you ask where her mommy is, she answers duh duh. Although her expressions aren't very accurate, she understands everything clearly. Oh my goodness, this is the first time I've heard of a baby talking at 3 months old. Zuduan is a genius baby. Everyone look quickly, Zuduan is smiling. Oh wow, he's really smiling. Zuduan's grandma, hurry, take out your phone and help me take a picture with Zuduan. Okay, coming right up. Lin Jinyan sat on the sofa, looking speechless at the circle of relatives crowding around to watch the snowball. Is it really necessary to be this exaggerated? Suddenly, the little gas tank that was surrounded by the crowd opened its eyes slowly. She had a pair of clear, deep, round, bright eyes, resembling black grapes that had been washed with water. At this moment her big eyes curved, and her little mouth, with no teeth, curved as well. Tender skin, a body full of crystal clear plumpness, so fat that just taking a breath could block the throat. Just one smile was like scattering a bag of honey in the air, leaving everyone present blissfully sweetened. She straightened her delicate, chubby little hand and waved, then mischievously lifted her little piglet hoof, with 10 tender toes playfully drawing circles in the air. Undoubtedly, such a simple action of raising a hand and kicking a leg caused everyone present to scream. The snowball has a lot of energy. With such small round hands and feet, could she possibly become an athlete in the future? You can't say that, really can't. She might actually become an Olympic champion. Lin Jianayan. The charming superstar Zhu Tuan seems to be in a good mood today, and she graciously allowed a group of old monsters to watch her. Each old monster has a hungry look on their face, as if they can't wait to eat Zhu Tuan or pack her away in a bag, but the little one didn't pout or get angry at all. Until the ants and other old monsters reluctantly left, the little one was still lying on her small bed, babbling and entertaining herself. Lin Jinyan walked to the side of the small bed and looked at the plump baby who had just turned 3 months old, unable to help but gently smile. She is indeed very cute. She looks even cuter when she smiles. Just now, everyone was trying to make Zuduan laugh in every possible way. Zuduan occasionally smiled to please them, but more often, she just blinked her shiny big eyes and curiously stared at everyone. But Lin Jinyan knew a way to make the little girl smile immediately. This is a secret between the two of them, mother and daughter. Lin Jinyan leaned in and gently pinched the snowball's little chin, feeling a softness that was incredible, like cotton candy. The snowball, whose chin was pinched, smiled the next moment. He he he. The snowball curled its little toothless mouth and laughed out loud. Lin Jian teased, "Little friend, why do you laugh so happily when I pinch your chin? Are you ticklish? But you don't even have a neck." Lin Jian continued to pinch the little chin of the baby. Head. The snowball laughed again, those crystal clear eyes shimmering with light. The smile that was just coaxed out by everyone now only blossoms in front of Lin Jinyan. Lin Jinyan really couldn't help it. She leaned down and kissed one cheek of Snowball, then kissed the other cheek. Silky to an unbelievable soft texture, accompanied by a rush of milky aroma that hits the top of the head, it is not a shallow satisfaction, but a taste experience that reaches the soul. The world will sooner or later be ruled by these cute creatures. After taking 2 puffs, Lin Juhyun felt her spirit sway, as if the whole world was beautifully incredible. While feeling distressed about disinfecting her child's little face that had been kissed, she wondered. Monsters who often eat children all know that Zhu Tuan's big round face is a treasure among treasures. She just made the mistake that every mother makes. questioning the old monster, understanding the old monster, becoming the old monster. Encountering Zuduan, her final destination can only be to become an old monster. In the evening, Lin Jinyan continued to enjoy the world of two with the snowball. The small gas cylinder lay on the big bed. She clenched her small pink fist and twisted her chubby body. With a force, she successfully changed from lying down to lying on her stomach. Tab tab. The little round face of Zhu Tuan turned rosy from effort, and she proudly raised her chin, looking at her mother. HMPH, everyone says she's amazing. Why hasn't Mom praised her yet? Lin Jianian accepted the demand from the little one, and the tenderness in her eyes was about to flow out like water. Zhu Tuan is great. She learned to roll over just after turning 3 months old. But can you roll over? Can you roll back? Zhu Tuan was initially in a good mood from the praise, but what did Mom's last sentence actually mean? How could she possibly not turn back? The snowball's delicate, shallow little eyebrows scrunched up as she gripped the bedspread with her little round paws, twisting her meatball-like body. HMPH. She used all her strength, her little face flushed red, but no matter what she did, she couldn't find a way to turn back. Well, the snowball immediately burst into tears. Little pearls rolled down her cheeks, and her chubby face, soaked with tears, looked like freshly peeled lychee meat. Lin Jinyan hurriedly turned the little dumpling, who couldn't flip from a prone position back to lying on her back, over again, letting her lie back down on the bed. She helped the little chubby girl, who looked like a pufferfish, wipe her tears and said, "Zuduan, you are so beautiful. Why do you have such a bad temper?" Zuduan's big, wet eyes held a pool of clear water. Looking pitiful, she blinked and then put her chubby finger into her mouth, making sucking sounds. Zuduan knew she was super pretty, but she wouldn't admit that she had a bad temper. She is usually very well behaved, but sometimes she just likes to cry a little. However, does it really matter if she has a bit of a temper? She is the apple of her parents and the whole family's eyes. Lin Jinyan quickly accepted the fact that this chubby little one has a bad temper. A bad temper is just a bad temper. Who could blame her for being so cute? A snowball just out of the bath is the most delicious baby sashimi in the world, and it's the kind of baby sashimi without a neck. Lin Jai was applying oil all over her body while marveling at the sensation under her hands. Tender, fragrant, and completely soft. The snowball obediently gets flattened and rolled by her mother's hands. When her mother tells her to lie down, she does, and when her mother tells her to lie on her stomach, she does that too. Occasionally, she would let out a comfortable snorting sound. Mom's massage is really comfortable for her, and Zhu Tuan feels warm all over. After giving Zhu Tuan a 5-minute massage, Lin Jianian felt warm all over as well, because the sensation of kneading the baby is truly relaxing. However, the massage shouldn't last too long, so Lin Jianian reluctantly helped the rosy little one put on a diaper and a thin onesie, then placed her back in her little bed. "Good girl, Zhu Tuan, Mom is going to make you some warm milk. Wait here for a moment." The snowball smiled and replied, "Dada." Lin Jinyan walked to the other side of the room, took out a bag of frozen breast milk from the refrigerator, and put it in the warmer to heat it up. When she turned around after warming the milk, she discovered that the little one in the crib had somehow turned over, and a pair of bright big eyes were staring at her. Since Mom left, the snowball's gaze has been glued to her figure. She is now 3 months old, and her vision has improved a lot compared to when she was born. Her field of vision can reach 850 degrees, with her visual acuity increasing to 0.01002, and she can gradually see various colors. The snowball saw her mom wearing a brightly colored pajama. Although she didn't know what color the pajama was called, the snowball knew it was the most beautiful color in the world. As long as it's the color on Mom, it's the most beautiful thing in the world. Lin Jianian was stared at by the little eyes of the snowball, and the smile quickly gathered on her face like stars. That is a gaze of complete trust and total dependence, where you are the world, and it only appears in the eyes of infants and young children in limited quantities. Lin Jai Nyan quickly walked to the side of the crib and picked up the little one who was staring at her. She lightly scratched the chubby baby's nose and smiled, asking, "Do you like Mom's pajamas?" She wore a newly bought burgundy silk nightgown tonight. The snowball likes Mom's nightgown, and she stretches out her small round hand and curiously touches it. It's icy and smooth, just like her little hand. When the snowball had enough fun, Lin Jinyan stuffed the pacifier into the little round one's pouting mouth. The little snowball holds a milk bottle with her small round hands, gulping down the milk while contentedly squinting her big eyes. Watching her mother's beautiful face as she drinks milk, the little snowball feels so happy. As she continues to drink, her eyelids grow heavier until the last drop of milk is swallowed into her little belly, and her eyes close. Lin Jinyan pulled the milk bottle from her mouth, picked up the soft and nearly sleeping cub, laid her pink little face on her shoulder, and gently patted her back with her palm to help her burp. A minute later, the snowball let out a rich milky burp. She twisted her plump body a bit, lazily lying on her mother's shoulder, sniffing her mother's body scent, and fell asleep. Lin Jinyan carefully placed the snowball back in the crib. Since she had just finished drinking milk, to prevent any milk from overflowing, she placed the little one in a side-sleeping position. The sweet and sticky little one keenly noticed her mother's warmth drifting away. Her long eyelashes fluttered, and her small mouth pouted in displeasure. Lin Jian bent down, gently patting the snowball's soft little bottom, humming a song softly. The snowball felt its mother's soft palm and listened to her voice. Its little mouth, which had been pouting, curled up sweetly again and then fell into a deep sleep. After lulling the cub to sleep, Lin Jian's motherly love overflowed as she took out her phone and snapped dozens of beautiful sleep photos of the little meatball with no neck. No matter which cub it is, they all reach peak cuteness while sleeping. No matter which mother it is, she will reach the peak of maternal love after the baby falls asleep. Not long after the snowball fell asleep, Lin Jinyan also went to bed. At 1:30 in the morning, Lin Jinyan seemed to hear the sound of the bedroom door opening, followed by a series of steady and powerful footsteps. Lin Jinyan turned over in bed, drowsily opened his eyes, and his moist pupils rippled with a layer of hazy confusion. Only the man's bare back was seen in the dim light. The back muscles are as wide and developed as a mountain, with a lean and narrow waist, and the groove down the center of the back is clean and sharp. Wheat-colored skin, large exquisite tattoos covering the trapezius and latissimus dorsi, wild and sexy. The only word Lin Jinyan could think of to describe this man's back was decisive kill. "Are you still not sleeping?" Kai Yue glanced back and quietly asked the woman who was lying in bed and had unknowingly opened her eyes at some point. The woman was in a half-asleep, half-awake state, her thick, curled eyelashes curling upward, her clear, glassy eyes looking as if covered with gauze, and a hint of pink blush spread across her cheeks. She wore a red silk camisole nightgown that slipped down to the upper thigh, and her porcelain-white skin radiated a smooth, glazed texture. Kai Yue's eyes, like torches, scrutinized her inch by inch, displaying a fierce aggressiveness in the dim environment. Lin Jai Nyan was still dazed when she was pinned to the bed. The man's scorching breath was close enough to feel, his gaze burning and penetrating. "Can we do it tonight?" The two of them haven't officially done it for a long time. To be precise, they had only done it once before, which was the night they conceived Zhu Tuan. Lin Jai Nyan felt Zhao Kai Yue's restlessness. Her face was full of shyness, and her delicate white fingers pushed against the man's chest, nervously biting her lower lip, softly refusing. I am a little scared. I'm not ready." Although it was only one night, the pain was still vividly imprinted in Lin Jian's mind. Kai Yue did not force her, but he also did not intend to let her go easily. He touched her soft hair and said, "Then help me." The blush on Lin Jian's face appeared even more vibrant, spreading to her ears and neck. She trembled as she got out of bed, thinking it would be like every time before, helping him with her hands. Unexpectedly, the next moment, she was flipped over and lay face down on the bed. The light and soft burgundy silk blanket lifted to her waist, and the black lace pulled down to her ankles. A cool breeze brushed past. Lin Jian shivered and suddenly felt an unbearable heat. The two of them trembled at the same time. Kai Yue lowered her narrow eyes and raised her chin with difficulty, hoarsely commanding, "Tighten the double retreat a bit, don't move around." Lin Jian knelt on the bed, and from Kai Yue's angle, she could see her prominent butterfly bones and the concave waistline, as if drawn by a divine brush, all beautiful. The woman's almond-shaped eyes were filled with a damp mist, her fingertips tightly gripping the bedsheet, but still being pushed forward by the excessive force. She cursed that dog of a man 100 times in her heart. Didn't they say they would only return from the business trip tomorrow morning? Why are they back tonight? It's bad enough to come home in the middle of the night and disturb my sweet dreams, but to be so perverted about it. Is it done? Are you done? Lin Jian asked with a choked voice. Kai Yue answered through his action, "He's not better yet." Lin Jian buried her face in the fluffy pillow, thinking that if it was going to be like this, she might as well use her hands. Using her hands just makes her wrists sore, but this posture not only feels unsafe and awkward but also very shameful. Lin Jian trembled all over, crying as she asked again, "Is it done yet?" Kai Yue hugged her waist and turned her around. They faced each other, and he held her hand and placed it up. He looked down at the woman's crown of hair and the tip of her nose, his Adam's apple rolling heavily a few times, and said hoarsely, "Lift your face and look at me." Lin Jinyan bit her lower lip tightly. Her eyes lifted as she looked up at the man in front of her. Through a layer of moist tears, she saw Kai Yue's muscles thicker and more tense due to congestion. Wild tattoos covered his left chest, and left upper arm warm sweat slid down along his perfectly chiseled body lines. She continued to look up. Her gaze fell on the man's prominent and sharp jawline, the sculpted bridge of his nose, and finally their eyes met. His pupils were clearly pure black, yet they appeared excessively hot and bright in the dim night. Lin Ji's eyes shimmered with a plea, her lips slightly parted, and the rounded curve of her eye corners along with her delicate nose tip had completely turned red. Just as the two locked eyes and sparks flew in the air, Kai Yue finally broke through the last barrier. By the time Kai Yue carried Lin Jian into the bathroom and cleaned her up, it was already 3 in the morning. Although there was no real combat, Lin Jian was still too tired to lift even a finger. After she was carried back to bed, she quickly wrapped herself in the quilt, leaving only her round head exposed, and said gloomily, "Kai Yue, please hand me my pajamas." Kai Yue was wearing a pair of dark pajama pants. He took a sip of water and put the cup on the bedside table. "Which one should I take?" Lin Jian lightly furrowed her brows inward, and after thinking for a while she replied, "Take that light blue set, long sleeves and long pants." In order to prevent this perverted man from getting excited again, of course, she had to wear the most conservative pajamas. Kai Yue quietly walked toward the cloakroom, and to get there from the large bed, he would pass by the small bedroom where Snowball was. The master bedroom suite has a small compartment designed as a small bedroom for Snowball before he turns 1. This not only facilitates care, but also helps Snowball adapt to an independent space, preparing for future separation. Kai Yue was afraid of startling the somewhat temperamental child, so he only glanced at the crib to confirm that Snowball was sleeping soundly, then went straight to the cloakroom to get Lin Jinyan her pajamas. Lin Jinyan watched as Kai Yue approached the bedside holding her pajamas. The man was 1.91 meters tall, with his muscular upper body exposed, covered in some mysterious ancient tattoo patterns. She knew the location of every tattoo on his body. Back, chest, arms, legs, all of them. At first, Lin Jai Nian felt a bit scared, but now she has gotten used to it. Kai Yue waved a blue pajamas in front of Lin Jai Nian, raising his eyebrows slightly. Is it that cold? Why are you wrapped so tightly? Lin Jai Nian ignored his teasing and stretched out a hand from the quilt, hooked the pajamas, and pulled it back, hiding inside the quilt to get dressed. Kai Yue's gaze paused slightly. Although only one hand was revealed just now, her skin was as smooth and delicate as fine mutton fat jade, with the tips of her fingers exuding a faint cherry blossom pink. It's hard not to imagine the beautiful scenery extending from that hand. Kai Yue felt an inexplicable dryness in his throat, picked up the cup of water, took another sip, and smiled ambiguously. Have to. I have to say, this woman can be quite clever sometimes. She knows she is like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, which is why she is in such a hurry to hide herself tightly. But unfortunately, no matter how well she hides, she will still be found by the hunter, who will tuck her away and gradually eat her little by little. The little lamb, carefully dressed, covered herself with a silk blanket up to her neck. She cautiously glanced at Chiyu, confirming that the man's gaze was especially normal, even carrying a hint of a cold and abstinent demeanor. Lin Jinyan finally breathed a sigh of relief. She buried her profile into the soft pillow, unable to resist the drowsiness, and closed her eyes to sleep. Not long after falling asleep, a hot male body pressed against me from behind. A strong arm span across her slender waist. Lin Jai's ears felt too hot, wanted to hide forward but was held tighter by Kai Yue. She furrowed her brows helplessly. That's all, this man just likes to sleep in a position that embraces her with his arms. When she was pregnant, he would hold her like that while sleeping, until later when her belly became a heavy round ball, and Kai Yue stubbornly insisted on placing his hand on that round ball. Sometimes in the middle of the night, frequent fetal movements occur, and the man gently soothes the baby in the belly with his palm, causing the round ball of snow to miraculously quiet down. The man behind seemed very tired, and soon the sound of even breathing could be heard. Feeling the man's warm breath behind her ear, Lin Jinyan wrapped Kai Yue's strong arm like a pillow around her chest and soon fell asleep. However, the couple only slept for less than 10 minutes. From the little compartment came the sound of a small bundle crying, like a little kitten meowing. Lin Jinyan really couldn't open her eyes. She closed her eyes and shook Chiyu's hand. You go check on her. Chiyu sat up, his still half-asleep eyes filled with bloodshot veins. Including more than 10 hours of long-distance flight, Chiyu had already gone nearly 30 hours without closing his eyes. He wiped his face with his hand to stay awake, got out of bed, and walked towards the small compartment with the snowball. The snowball was originally in a half-asleep state with her eyes closed, but after calling for 3 minutes, neither mom nor dad came to hug and kiss her. The helpless, weak, and sulky little one opened her eyes. With her round eyes turning, she immediately sensed something was wrong. She did not smell her mother's fragrance or feel her father's body warmth, which indicated that she was not sleeping in between mom and dad, but rather in her own bed. Boo-hoo, adults are just big bad guys. How dare they secretly let her sleep alone while she was sleeping? The snowball let out a cry. What Kai Yue saw when he reached the crib was such a scene. The little gas cylinder wriggles its round, plump body and cries out loudly while pretending to be fierce. A pair of small round claws clenches into fists, then relaxes, and finally squeezes into soft little fists again. It seems to be showing off to Dad. HMPH, my little claws can not only go in my mouth to suck but can also turn into little fists to punch. Am I not awesome? Kai Yue had no choice but to take this extremely angry little fatty out of the crib. Clearly the body is so soft and elastic, but the temper is so irritable. Kai Yue helplessly looked at his daughter, who was as delicate as a work of art, and to quickly comfort her, he chose to hold her upright. He let the chubby girl's bottom rest on his left forearm, and gently patted the little dumpling's back with his right palm. He carried the little dumpling out of the small compartment, pacing back and forth while gently soothing the little gas canister in his arms. Actually, holding the baby in an upright position is a bit too early for the little snowball. Generally, babies aged 3 to 4 months are best held in a curled-up position. It's better to wait until they are over 6 months before holding them upright. But unfortunately, this holding position is just too convenient to use. The chubby baby, who was just crying hard, is now quietly resting on Daddy's shoulder. A pair of large, purple grape-like eyes turned left and right, and the little pink face was full of surprise. She really likes being held upright by her dad. This position is really high from Dad's shoulders. You can see a view of over 1.8 meters. All the snowballs that were thought to be gigantic monsters look completely different from this angle, even smaller than her. The snowball happily waved its chubby legs, its eyes wide open. Chiyu patted her back and raised an eyebrow, asking, "Why not come down and drink some milk?" After saying that, he intended to put down the snowball. The little dumpling immediately became unhappy, her rosy round face scrunched up, looking like she was about to cry in the next second. Chiyu had no choice but to continue holding her and walking back and forth in the bedroom. He walked lightly, trying not to disturb the woman who was sweetly sleeping on the big bed. He took Zhu Tuan to the window to enjoy the moonlight, then brought her to the cloakroom to pick a beautiful piece of jewelry, and even wandered around the bathroom for a while, until they had traveled through every corner of the master bedroom. It was then that Kai Yue secretly changed the chubby bundle from a vertical to a horizontal hold when Zhu Tuan wasn't paying attention. Fortunately, this time Zhu Tuan did not notice Daddy's little action. Zhu Tuan was seriously sucking her fingers, as if she were savoring the most delicious food in the world. Kai Yue has already successfully placed the snowball, which had diverted its attention, back in the crib and turned to warm the milk. The snowball now requires a nighttime feed every night, sometimes at 3 o'clock, sometimes at 4. When Kai Yue returned after warming the milk, she found that the pink dumpling in the crib had stopped sucking her fingers and had started sucking her toes instead. She was nibbling on the fat piglet's toes, savoring them deliciously, making tasty slurping sounds. But the little foot has its own thoughts. The little foot doesn't want to be eaten, so it leaves the mouth of the snowball, directly stuffing its white and tender toes into the snowball's nostrils and scrapes hard. Kai Yue frowned, laughing in anger. It turns out this chubby girl's foot can serve dual purposes. It can be used for nibbling as well as for picking her nose. Kai Yue took the pig's trotter out of Zhu Tuan's nostril and then picked up the quirky little one and placed it on his lap. "Are you hungry?" Kai Yue pinched her peach-like face. But Zhu Tuan didn't like her dad pinching her face. His hands weren't as smooth as her mom's, and his fingertips bore coarse calluses. "Every time I pinch her, I can make her feel pain." The little snowball dodged her dad's hand, whining in disgust. Just as she opened her mouth, a pacifier was unexpectedly shoved into it. Dad's hand was a bit strong, and she felt like she was ambushed. The little dumpling became angrier the more she thought about it, puffing up in frustration and wanting to push the pacifier out with her little tongue. But instead, she ended up sucking on the sweet and pleasantly warm milk. My belly seems to be really hungry." The snowball is gulping down milk, devouring it ravenously. She contentedly let out a gurgling sound and decided to forgive her dad for pinching her and forcefully stuffing the pacifier in her mouth, considering that he had fed her milk. "At least wait until I finish my milk before I go and settle the score with Dad." However, the chubby little one who had finished drinking milk had completely forgotten that he was supposed to find his dad to settle the score. She squinted her eyes, her limbs feeling soft and limp, looking as if she was about to doze off. Kai Yue also felt drowsy. He firmly believed that he was about to succeed in staying up tonight, because at this time, the snowball would soon fall asleep. He endured the fatigue of not sleeping for 2 days, holding the chubby little one in his arms and softly patting him to sleep. Hard work pays off. At 3:55 in the morning, the angelic snowball finally closed her sparkling big eyes and transformed into a sleepy little pig. Kai Yue carefully placed the meat dumpling back in the crib. Good, she hasn't woken up. He succeeded. Kai Yue's expression was satisfied. He twisted his neck a bit, moved his slightly stiff shoulders and arms, turned around, and prepared to go back to bed to sleep. Just then, a faint rustling sound suddenly came from behind, along with a baby's grunting and straining voice. Kai Yue frowned tightly and looked back. Puff! A sour smell wafted from the direction of the crib. In a state between half-sleep and half-awake, the snowball clenched its little round paws, and its small face turned red from holding its breath, while its little pig hooves fidgeted restlessly. Kai Yue looked slightly stunned, unsure whether to be speechless or to laugh in anger. The little one who had finally been coaxed to sleep actually pooped again. Kai Yue looked resigned, picking up the little one who had just made a mess and taking it to the bathroom to wash its bottom. He skillfully held the snowball with one hand while using warm water to moisten a soft towel with the other, bending down to help wash the snowball's little bottom. It is not an exaggeration to say that since Snowball's birth until now, because she is still drinking milk without any solid food added, her poop does not have any smell at all. Therefore, Kai Yue and Lin Jianian both accepted the task of helping to wash the little one's bottom very well. Snowball blinked her sparkling big eyes at her dad, and her toothless little mouth curled up, revealing a pair of small dimples, her smile sweet. Although Kai Yue was tired, he couldn't help but gently curl his lips, trying to reason with her. Next time, could you not pull at midnight? Because nighttime is for sleeping. If you pull in the middle of the night, it will not only affect your own sleep, but also your parents and aunties. Snowball kicked the little pig's foot. Kai Yue raised an eyebrow and asked, "Did you understand?" Snowball didn't catch that last sentence because it was said too quickly, so she waved her small round hand. Kai Yue lightly scoffed, "You really are a little fool." Perhaps because Zuduan was praised by everyone today to the point of feeling lightheaded, she thought her dad was praising her for being cute. After all, every adult who saw her said she was super cute and kept finding different ways to compliment her. Zuduan was in a great mood, and she sweetly smiled at her dad, her clear, big eyes sparkling with fragments of light. Generous little Snowball decided for the 101st time to forgive her dad for the bad things he used to do, like kissing her with his stubbly mouth or pinching her quite hard. Since Dad thinks she looks super cute when she poops at night, she will just make it a point to do it around this time every night from now on. Hee tilde tilde. 5 minutes later, Kai Yue placed the chubby little one, who had just been cleaned, on the changing table. He recalled what Lin Jianian had told him. Every time after washing Zuduan's bottom, he must apply butt cream and moisturizer to the cub. At that time, Lin Jianian's exact words were, "This plump body must be well protected. The flesh on the butt is especially delicate, and if not cared for properly, it could lead to a red bottom." Kai Yue looked at the cub's soft, meaty, snow-white round bottom and chuckled softly. The name Zuduan is really well chosen. This little cub is fluffy and snow-white from head to bottom to tiny paws. Following Lin Zhizhai's instructions, Kai Yue took a baby soft towel and wiped the Snowball's round bottom, drying off the water stains left from washing, ensuring that the little bottom stays dry before applying the diaper cream. The little round ball frowned her pretty, lightly colored eyebrows, pouted in displeasure, and waved her small paws threateningly in front. "HMPH, why is Daddy being so rude?" Usually, Mom helps her wipe her bottom using cotton soft wipes by gently pressing to absorb water, and she has never tried wiping back and forth. Moreover, Dad's grip is strong, and the snowball feels uncomfortable, twisting her chubby body in an attempt to escape. After wiping away the moisture, Kai-Yue released the squirming chubby ball and bent down close to the storage cabinet, finding the orange diaper cream and a transparent glass bottle of baby oil. Kai-Yue straightened up and, upon seeing the scene on the changing table, couldn't help but feel a flash of shock and fear in his eyes. He was on a business trip for 5 days, and during those 5 days, Zhu Tuan actually learned to roll over. Zhu Tuan lay on the changing table smiling at him, with a little expression of pride and flaunting. Yay! Fortunately, the changing table has guardrails. If he had placed Zhu Tuan in other spots without protective barriers, rolling over like that could accidentally lead to a fall. Kai-Yue walked over and sternly told the little one, "Kai-Zhu, if Mom and Dad are not around and you are lying in a place without guardrails, you must not roll over carelessly, understand?" The snowball blinked its bright eyes and looked up at Daddy, with a confused little expression, half understanding and half not. Kai-Yue sighed, gently stroked the snowball's head with his large hand and pinched her soft, chubby neck. "It seems I have to watch you every moment from now on, not leaving you for even a second." Even with railings, the snowball's little hands or feet could accidentally get stuck in the gaps while turning over. If not helped out in time, it could lead to serious and irreversible consequences. Taking care of a small baby is like this. Every detail must be attended to. The motor skills of the child will improve, and the guardianship abilities of the adults must be strengthened accordingly. Kai-Yue didn't continue to educate Snowball, but instead bent down to carefully apply ointment to her bottom. Although raising cubs is hard work, often requiring getting up in the middle of the night to do chores, it occasionally comes with rewards. At this moment, when he was applying a thick layer of diaper cream to Snowball's round, chubby bottom, it felt like spreading cream on a soft little jelly, and the texture was especially interesting. Kai-Yue couldn't help but slightly lift her thin lips. The fatigue from 2 days without sleep and the restless nights seemed to dissipate a little imperceptibly. After applying the butt cream, Kai-Yue applied baby oil on Zhu Tuan's legs and feet. Her chubby legs were segmented, resembling lotus root-shaped French bread, while her feet looked like 5 small meat buds growing on a white steamed bun, joyfully moving at any time and place. Kai-Yue helped the French bread and white steamed bun with the oil, and Zhu Tuan felt itchy, giggling as if she had encountered the happiest thing in the world. The little dumpling opened her toothless mouth wide, her big eyes curving with laughter, thinking Daddy was playing a game with her. Snowball likes Mom and also likes Dad very much. Whether it's Mom or Dad playing with her, she is super happy. It would be great if they could play with her like this every moment. Snowball was playful, bending and straightening its meat leg, kicking around vigorously. Kai-Yue was caught off guard and kicked on the back of his hand. The area that was kicked felt hot and even a bit painful. When did this fat cub's strength become so great? He whispered, "Snowball, it's already late at night. You shouldn't be playing at this time." Snowball raised her eyebrows. Her dad actually talked to her. He must be praising her for being so strong. Snowball's desire to perform was overflowing. She raised her meat leg high and smashed it down onto the changing table, making a bang 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 sound, her big eyes mischievously staring at her dad, her little face full of pride. Kai-Yue helplessly rubbed his forehead, feeling a bit of a headache. He picked up a piece of diaper wanting to help the baby put it on. But the fatty simply didn't give him this opportunity. He had just laid the diaper flat under the Snowball's butt when the chubby little one suddenly made a strong move, slamming his fleshy leg down with a thud, causing his body to shift position due to the frictional reaction, jumping from the left side of the changing table to above the changing table, and the diaper got pushed into the corner. Kai Yue picked up the diaper again and stuffed it under Zhu Tuan's bottom, but she used the same trick again, making a thud sound as she rubbed herself away. Kai Yue. Kai Yue's tone became a bit stricter, raising his voice to scold. No more playing, put on the diaper and go to sleep. He grabbed a fat leg of the snowball and tried to force her to wear it. The snowball was puffed up, and she knew she had been scolded. The little dumpling immediately pouted, making a pitiful yee sound from her little nose, her big eyes glistening as if they were about to cry at any moment. Kai Yue had no choice but to let go of the chubby legs of the snowball and no longer force it. He raised his hand to gently pinch his brow and spoke again, his voice becoming soft and lazy. "Be good, I'll take you out to play tomorrow." He placed the comfort blanket for the little lion beside the snowball's small hand and gently brushed it. The snowball opened its little round paw and successfully grabbed a corner of the comfort blanket. Her tearful big eyes immediately curved up again. Kai Yue had long since adapted to this moody little ball that cried one moment and laughed the next. As the snowball played with the comfort blanket, he quickly put a diaper on her. Kai Yue couldn't help but think of the moment when the snowball was just born. In his first month as a dad, he learned very hard. By the second month of being a dad, he gradually learned the basic skills of taking care of a baby, preparing milk, feeding, burping, soothing to sleep, bathing, and changing diapers. In the third month of being a dad, he learned a variety of parenting knowledge that he had never dealt with before, such as how to care for eczema, how to do gentle touches, and how to provide early education for babies of a small age, and had completely transformed into a professional dad. He is currently very confident in his ability to take care of children. Kai Yue believes that he is no less capable than any top-notch nanny hired from outside. If a parenting competition could be held, Kai Yue believes he could win a gold medal, as his stamina is outstanding and he is very resilient. After putting the baby in a clean diaper, he gently held the chubby girl in his arms and patted her to sleep. At 4:45 in the morning, the little snowball finally fell asleep. Kai Yue turned off the wall lamp in the small compartment, leaving a small seahorse night light in Zhu Tuan's little bedroom. The small seahorse night light emitted a soft, faint glow, enveloping Zhu Tuan's little chubby face in a gentle light. The sleeping little dumpling looked like a doll. With long eyelashes, a pale pink face, and a cherry-like mouth, she looked extremely beautiful. The corners of the pond's lips raised, serene and shallow. He double-checked the room temperature of the small compartment and the thickness of the sleeping bag on Snowball, touched Snowball's nape to confirm there was no sweat, and turned back to his bed. Lin Jinyan, who was dreaming, had no idea what had happened between the father and son that night. She only knew that her large heated pillow had returned. She rubbed against the very substantial chest of the big pillow, holding it tightly without letting go. Yes, she is not only clingy with her small pillow, but also very attached to her big pillow. Unlike the milky scent on the small pillow, the big pillow has a very unique smell as well. It is hard for Lin Jinyan to describe. It is a lemon scent with a soapy feel, possessing a clean, youthful aura. Like a beam of sunlight penetrating a forest full of oxygen, it can dispel all gloom. Lin Jinyan had never told anyone. She would never forget that year in her first year of high school when she saw Kai Yue playing basketball for the first time on the court at the 7th school. The boy in the red basketball uniform played basketball under the blazing sun, casually lifting his shirt to wipe away sweat, with droplets flowing down his well-defined, strong muscles, revealing a glimpse of a tattoo on his back. With each jump, it felt as if he could touch the edge of the blazing sun. Full of vigor and unrestrained, carrying a rebellious spirit of youthful arrogance. Someone was calling his name from the audience. He turned back and waved, his expression a bit arrogant, as if he could step on the whole world. That bright shade of red lit up Lin Jinyan's monotonous and dreary high school life. which was even shrouded in gray shadows. She buried her face in the big pillow, sniffing like a little cat. The big pillow seemed extremely sleepy, unaffected by her playful antics. Only her arm remained draped across her waist. Speaking of which, ever since Kai went abroad in her senior year of high school, they had not been in contact, and they only happened to reunite a year ago. She could never have imagined at that time that she would end up having a child with this unfamiliar high school classmate, due to a twist of fate. Had a child. Lin Jian still remembers that the day she discovered she was pregnant was on a rainy day at the end of May. In May, City A enters the rainy season, and the continuous rain seems endless, enveloping the entire city in a damp and sticky mist, with the air filled with the fresh scent of rain mixed with grass and trees. It was originally a very fresh smell, but Lin Jinyan kept covering her mouth and dry heaving, feeling waves of nausea in her stomach. Her sense of smell seemed to be dozens of times more sensitive than usual. She lived on the 6th floor, yet she could capture the smell of gasoline from a Volkswagen car backing up below, amidst the heavy downpour. Also, the smell of smoke from the elderly neighbor in his 50s who was standing on the balcony, exposed to the wind. Lin Jinyan didn't know whether these unbearable and pungent smells were figments of her imagination or truly existed. In any case, she felt nauseated. This situation has persisted for some time. From the moment she brushes her teeth every morning, there is always a faint feeling of nausea lingering at her nostrils, like a hand gripping her throat. She originally did not think of pregnancy. After all, she had used protection that night when the accident occurred. Furthermore, her menstrual cycle has always been irregular, and Lin Jiuhyun has never had the habit of tracking her menstrual period. She went to the hospital to get a checkup, thinking she had some gastrointestinal issues. The doctor treating her had a serious expression and made her undergo several blood tests. Lin Jiuhyun brought the incomprehensible results to the doctor and humbly asked, "Do I need to take any medication?" The doctor waved his hand and said, "You don't need to take the medication, just go home and eat some folic acid." Lin Jinyan. The doctor frowned and said, "Little girl, you are pregnant. Don't you know your period is late? Looking at the blood test, it's been more than 2 months, almost 3. Lin Jinyan blankly carried a box of folic acid back home, staring out at the torrential rain with a dazed expression, as if 100,000 alpacas were racing through her mind. In the next moment, Lin Jinyan cried. She slammed her phone onto the bed, gasping for breath, her face full of tears. No way. Just a one-night stand that happened by accident, and she actually fell for it. She hit her head hard to recall, but due to the drunkenness that night, many details were hard to remember. For example, although she used protection, was the entire process from start to finish done correctly at every second? She really can't guarantee that. Lin Jian calmed down her overly excited thoughts, picked up her phone from the bed, and the first call was to her best friend Yang Shuang. Although Yang Shuang is not the baby's father, she is definitely involved in the matter of her pregnancy. Lin Jian swallowed her tears, her fingers twirling a strand of her hair, her voice slightly hoarse. "Well, I have a friend." Yang Shuang was at the airport preparing for a business trip to the capital city. She held the phone with her shoulder and urged, "Make it short, I'm about to board." Lin Jinyan gritted her teeth and said, "That friend of mine, she and a not-so-familiar high school classmate." Yang Shuang frowned and said, "What happened? Can you not just stop halfway through your sentence?" Lin Jinyan closed her eyes and made up her mind. She slept with a not-so-familiar high school classmate, and then she got pregnant. Yang Shuang was stunned, surprised, and unable to move, while the passengers behind her waiting to board tapped her shoulder to remind her, but it couldn't bring her back to her senses. What? Lin Jinyan, you slept with Kai Yue at An Liuwen's birthday party that night, and then you got pregnant. Lin Jinyan was so shocked that her phone almost flew out of her hand. She never expected Yang Shuang to be so clever. She stubbornly denied it, saying, "What are you talking about? What does it have to do with me? I was talking about my friend and her high school classmate." Yang Shuang gasped several times, her voice trembling. "I knew it. I knew something was off between you and Kai Yue. To be precise, everyone in the cycling club can see that you two are not right. You don't really think you're hiding it well, do you? Ha ha ha." Lin Jinyan bit her lower lip, opened her mouth, but ultimately did not say anything. Sherlock Yang Shuang rolled her eyes and continued her logical reasoning. That night was in Luo Wen's birthday. The whole party only had the two of you leaving early, and you didn't even eat in Luo Wen's cake. I called you and you didn't answer, and in Luo Wen called Kai Yue and he didn't answer either, which shows that you two were together that night. She paused and said, "To go further, you and Kai Yue have met a total of 3 times since returning to the country. The first time was during a night ride on the mountain road. The same night Kai Yue came back from Country M. You both greeted each other, and I asked how you knew such a cycling big shot as Kai Yue. You said you were just high school classmates and not very close. The second meeting was during a morning ride by the sea. You had never participated in a morning ride before because you couldn't get up early, but that morning you surprisingly woke up at 5 and went with us. That day at the seaside, although you and Kai Yue didn't talk, his cycling speed noticeably slowed down, seemingly to wait for someone, which was very strange. The third meeting was on Liu Wen's birthday, am I right?" Lin Jinyan was left speechless. Yang Shuang guessed 80% correctly. There was only one point that was guessed wrong. After returning to the country, Kai Yue and Lin Jianayan met not only 3 times but also accidentally ran into each other once in a cafe between their night rides on the winding mountain road and morning rides by the sea. However, during that accidental encounter, they greeted each other like ordinary high school classmates, exchanging a few friendly yet distant pleasantries. For instance, Kai Yue told Lin Jianayan that after going abroad in his senior year of high school, he studied business at SD University, and he was returning home this year to help in his family's business. Lin Jianayan also told Kai Yue that she majored in fashion design at D University. After graduating in June last year, she worked as a designer for a fashion brand. Due to various reasons, she left her previous company before the new year and is currently looking for a job. They also chatted about biking. Kai Yue held a cup of iced Americano, raising an eyebrow slightly. "I didn't expect you liked biking too." Lin Jianayan felt a tightness in her heart when this topic was mentioned. She clenched the iced latte in her hand and several fingerprints appeared on the glass cup. She smiled lightly and casually said, "Because my good friend Yang Shuang loves cycling very much, and I also think cycling is a particularly interesting sport. Isn't there a saying that's quite popular? Give up dopamine, pursue endorphins. Ever since I started exercising, my overall condition has improved." Kai Yue agreed with her, his thin lips slightly curving as he raised his coffee cup towards her. "Lin Jianayan, are you even listening to me?" Yang Shuang's anxious voice came from the other end of the phone. Lin Jianayan supported her forehead with a sigh and softly said, "I heard you." Yang Shuang was as anxious as an ant on a hot stove. "I'm about to take off. Let me get to the point. What are you planning to do now? This unexpected pregnancy is too serious." Lin Jinyan's eyes sparkled with a hint of tears as she firmly said, "Of course not. I'm currently enjoying my youth. There are still many places I haven't visited. Besides, I'm not really familiar with Kai Yue. We haven't seen each other in years. That night was just an accident." Yang Shuang gritted her teeth and said, "No matter what, you must tell Kai Yue about this. You can't let him just get away with it. Men may enjoy it, but in the end, all the pain falls on the woman. I can't even imagine how terrifying the consequences would be if your parents found out about this. For heaven's sake, you should have made him finish against the wall." Passengers on the plane. Lin Jinyan lowered her eyelids, her long eyelashes shading the darkness beneath her eyes. Yang Shuang was preparing to take off. She hurriedly said, "I'll be taking a night flight back to City A tomorrow night. Wait for me to return and I'll accompany you to the hospital. That, for the surgery." Lin Jinian replied with a low hem and hung up on the call with Yang Shuang. The rain outside was still falling, and Lin Jinian felt nauseous again. She rushed to the bathroom and vomited up all the double egg and meat rice rolls she had for breakfast. The excessively high hormones in her body made Lin Jinian feel very uncomfortable, and her heart was even more uneasy. She pulled out a tissue to wipe her tears, hating that night when she couldn't control herself, hating that Kai Yue didn't refuse her, and along with that, hating the whole world. Why should she suffer while the man who was the root cause of it all remains completely unaware? She admitted that she had had an inexplicable affection for Kai Yue since the first year of high school, and even after 5 years of not seeing him, that feeling had not faded at all. That's why she would corner Kai Yue in the hallway on Liu Wen's birthday party that night and give him a drunken kiss. But this really can't be entirely blamed on her. She kissed him although he was initially stiff and didn't dare to move after he reacted. He didn't refuse her, he even pressed her against the wall, grabbed her waist and kissed her back. Not sure if it's the alcohol or the lust, but he kissed her heavily and passionately, making her lips swollen and red, and he wouldn't let her escape. Lin Jinian took out her phone and clicked into the chat box where there hadn't been much conversation. After a one-night stand, Lin Jinian sneaked out of the hotel before dawn, and not long after, she received a half message from Kai Yue about last night. He was still typing when Lin Jinian quickly replied, "Actually, I also think what happened last night was an accident. After all, we were both drunk." Kai Yue paused for a moment and asked, "Is that how you feel?" Lin Jinian said in a cool tone, "Of course, if something like that happens, then we must make some promises to each other. If that's the case, then that would really be irresponsible." Lin Jinian also sent a meme of a cool person wearing sunglasses. "When someone becomes clever, it's really unstoppable. JPG/." After 3 minutes, Kai Yue replied, "If you need help in the future, you can find me." Lin Jinian playfully winked back at that time. Bringing her thoughts back to the present, Lin Jinian took a deep breath and typed with trembling hands, "Chiyu, I think I might be pregnant." She sent Chiyu the HCG blood test report from this morning, along with the doctor's diagnosis. The rain outside became heavier and showed no signs of stopping, accompanied by a thunderous roar, flashes of lightning and torrential downpour. Lin Jinian quickly received a call from Kai Yue, and the man's deep voice trembled with undisguised disbelief, saying, "Lin Jinian, you're pregnant." Lin Jinian mumbled, yes." Kai Yue held his breath for a moment and quickly said, "Send me an address, I'll go find you right now." When he arrived at her doorstep, the long-handled umbrella in his hand was dripping water, and his duckbill hat, long-sleeved sports shirt, gray shorts, and low-cut sneakers from G were all stained with water. "Should we go to the hospital now or wait until the rain stops?" Lin Jinian has already packed her ID card and medical insurance card. With a pale face, she said, "Let's go now, I have already made the appointment." Kai Yue parked the car at the entrance of Lin Jinian's building. It was just a short distance away, and Lin Jinian didn't take an umbrella. She jogged to the car and then closed the door. Kai Yue sat in the driver's seat, handed her a pack of tissues and frowned slightly. "You could wait at the entrance. I can take the umbrella and come to pick you up." A masculine scent filled with moisture rushed towards Lin Jiuhyun, causing her body to stiffen as the man's strong arm spanned in front of her, fastening her seatbelt. Lin Jiuhyun wiped the tips of her hair wet from the rain and shook her head, saying, "It's fine, we're so close." Kai Yue reminded her, "It's slippery on rainy days, it's best not to walk too fast as it's easy to slip." Lin Jiuhyun lowered her gaze, her fists clenched tightly, and said dismissively, "What does it matter if I fall? I'm going to have an abortion anyway." Upon hearing that, Kai Yue's hand on the steering wheel paused quietly, the veins on the back of his hand standing out with suppressed tension. The man's dark eyes seemed to be soaked in the mist of the rainy season. His thin lips were tightly pressed together as he did not say a word, pressing the accelerator and driving towards the hospital. Last menstrual period. Lin Jianian shook her head. I don't remember, it's usually irregular. The doctor looked at the computer and said, the blood count should be around 10 or 11 weeks. You should go have a B ultrasound done first. After writing the order, the doctor asked expressionlessly, do you want to keep the child? The tone was professional and flat, devoid of any emotional color. Standing beside, Kai Yue gazed deeply at Lin Jai's head, only to see the woman lowering her head, her hands nervously wringing together, shaking her head and saying hoarsely, no. Kai Yue's hand was tightly clenched into a fist, trembling slightly from the effort, but in the end, he still said nothing. The doctor frowned and said in a calm tone, this gestational age is a bit advanced. If you decide not to continue, we must arrange for the surgery as soon as possible. Lin Jianian nodded and softly responded with, leaving the consultation room with Kai Yue to go to the ultrasound room. This hospital allows family members to accompany during the ultrasound. Lin Jianian lay on the narrow ultrasound bed while Kai Yue sat beside her. The hem of the top was lifted, and the cold coupling agent was squeezed onto the still flat belly, the machine probe unexpectedly making contact with the skin. Lin Jianian really disliked this feeling of being at the mercy of others. She shivered all over, her limbs stiffening, her empty gaze vaguely fixed on the ceiling, not knowing what she was thinking. Suddenly, her cold left hand was tightly enveloped by a large, warm palm. Kai Yue held Lin Jianian's hand at that moment. Lin Jianian felt a bit better and began to gradually adapt to the cold probing instrument. The ultrasound doctor simply measured a few data points, then changed to another probe and began searching around Lin Jianian's lower abdomen. She was unclear about the situation and smiled as she congratulated the two attractive new parents in front of her. The baby is developing very well, and according to size, it is just over 11 weeks. Now we need to listen to the fetal heartbeat. Just as Lin Jianian and Kai Yue were completely unprepared, cheerful hoof sounds suddenly came from the ultrasound machine. Trot, trot, trot. Every moment is vivid and powerful. Trot, trot, trot. Vigorous and thriving, full of vitality. Just like a happy little horse running without a care, the horse gallops through the morning woodlands, splashes through shallow streams, plays freely on the boundless lawn, chasing sunlight and gentle breezes. Although they had never met, Lin Jianian knew this was a very happy baby. At the moment the machine's probe was hit by the heartbeat, Lin Jianian's eyes completely filled with tears, and an indescribable pain welled up in her heart. The heartstrings were entangled, tightened like a dead knot tied. A suffocating gloom was squeezing in her chest. Kai Yue's breathing suddenly became deep and heavy at that moment, and he tightened his grip on Lin Jianian's hand. Both of their hands, intertwined, couldn't help but tremble, damp with sweat, and it was unclear who was sweating. Lin Jianian quickly received the ultrasound report. The black and white ultrasound report was simple and abstract, but Lin Jianian immediately saw a clear outline of a small figure lying on it. The little one has a head and a belly, lying quietly in her womb as if she is asleep. The long-repressed emotions erupted like a volcano. Lin Jianian fiercely wiped away the tears rolling down with the back of her hand, stifling a sob. Then, she was suddenly embraced by a strong and powerful arm. She smelled the clean and crisp fragrance of Kai Yue, and the overflowing tears soaked the front of his shirt. A man's hoarse voice tinged with moisture came from above. Lin Jianian, why don't we try a different way to solve this, if you don't dislike me? Before he could finish, Lin Jai Nyan suddenly broke free from his embrace, raised her voice and stammered, "I hate you, Kai Yue, I really hate you right now. All of this is because of you, it's all your fault." She had already entered a deadlock, and no matter what choice she made, she would regret it and have to bear unbearable pain, leading to irreversible consequences. Kai Yue was not provoked by her. Instead, he cautiously took a step closer to her. "Lin Jai Nyan, please calm down. Although for you this whole event might be an unexpected incident in your life, but believe it or not, for me, it is a gift bestowed by fate." Gifts items. Lin Jinyan was momentarily stunned, then quickly turned his head. "Tell me, how can I stay calm? It's not just a minor surgery, it's a living life, a child. Can we handle it?" A bright light suddenly appeared. A flash of lightning split the gloomy sky, dividing Kai Yue's face into light and dark. The man's eyes seemed to jump with two flames, his tone unusually firm and serious. "Then let's welcome its arrival. Lin Jinyan, who says we can't handle it? Marry me, and we will have this child." With a thunderous roar, the sound of thunder echoed across the sky. Lin Jinyan's heart seemed to be struck hard. Her lips moved for a moment, but she remained speechless for a long time. The two stood silently facing each other at the hospital entrance, exchanging no words. Kai Yue watched her gradually calm down from her stressed state and quietly asked, "Shall we talk somewhere else?" Lin Jai Nyan bit her pale lower lip and did not refuse. The onlookers at the hospital entrance, who were eating melons. It turns out this is a dramatic story about being pregnant before marriage. Where is morality? Where is the bottom line? Where is the next episode? Don't leave yet. When the two left the hospital, the heavy rain that had been pouring all morning finally stopped. The air was filled with a refreshing and pleasant scent of grass and trees. Lin Jinyan took a deep breath, releasing the murky depression that had been trapped in her lungs, and the faint nausea that had been lingering around her seemed to fade away for a moment. "Kai Yue, shall we have lunch together?" As soon as the words fell, Lin Jinyan's stomach let out a couple of growls. "Lin Jinyan." Kai Yue smiled. Lin Jai Nyan lifted her face and emphasized to Kai Yue, her tone fierce, "It's all because of morning sickness. I threw up breakfast this morning. I can't eat anything lately." Kai Yue could no longer smile. He controlled the steering wheel with his left hand, while his right hand firmly held Lin Jinyan's hand, pulling her close to him in a forceful manner, and asked with a serious tone, "Just say what you want to eat, pick what you like." Lin Jinyan swallowed hard. She realized that although her stomach was uncomfortable, there were still foods she longed for in her heart. She blurted out, "I want to eat matcha shaved ice and barbecue." Without saying a word, Kai Yue found a highly rated dessert shop on an app and drove Lin Jinyan there. Lin Jinyan sat in the outdoor rattan chair of the dessert shop waiting for the shaved ice. Kai Yue asked her to wait a moment while he drove to another street to pick up some barbecue, and then hurried back with the barbecue bag to find Lin Jinyan at the dessert shop. When he returned to the dessert shop, Lin Jinyan was already eating matcha shaved ice. The sunlight after the rain is exceptionally clear, with colorful spots of light filtering through the sparse shadows of the trees, casting them onto the woman's porcelain white and transparent profile and her soft, black long hair. She took small bites of the ice, and because she had cried too hard in the morning, her delicate nose and eye sockets still slightly reddened. The gentle breeze brushed her face, and she raised her hand to tuck her loose hair behind her ear, revealing her cute, round ears. Kai Yue was slightly taken aback, standing still in place without moving. Although many years have passed since high school at this moment, a scene unexpectedly emerged clearly in his mind. During one class break in my sophomore year, the girl sitting by the window in the fourth row also tucked her loose hair behind her ear in the same way. The summer breeze blew in from outside, and sunlight flowed over her creamy skin like a piece of glowing jade. At that moment, the air in the entire classroom seemed to be filled with a sweet fragrance. just like this dessert shop. Kai Yue, you're here. Lin Jian waved at him. She had enjoyed the sweet snow dessert she had been craving, and her mood was much better than before. Kai Yue gathered his thoughts, walked forward, and put the packed barbecue in front of Lin Jian. The man quietly said, I checked online, and if pregnancy symptoms are severe, you should eat smaller meals more frequently and try to eat what you crave. Kai Yue handed Lin Jian a skewer of steaming lamb and, looking into her eyes, said, You can call me anytime if you want something to eat, and I'll bring it to your home. Lin Jian felt as if her heart was scalded. She involuntarily avoided his burning gaze, looking down, and said, I haven't decided yet. Kai Yue was silent, and the corners of his lips unconsciously drooped a bit. Lin Jinyan, I am serious. Lin Jinyan avoided his gaze. But she forgot that this man had been the eloquent captain of the debate team in high school, able to make even falsehood sound beautiful. Kai Yue sat down and spoke slowly. I understand your concerns. You are worried that we might discover ourselves incompatible after getting married and having children, leading to an unsatisfactory end. But believe it or not, many couples, even those who have been in love for many years and made promises to love each other forever, may still find themselves feeling incompatible after marriage, eventually leading to a tragic ending where they grow tired of each other. Therefore, the essence of marriage is merely a gamble and has no direct relation to whether or not we have dated. Kai Yue's voice was steady and powerful, and Lin Jinyan could not help but follow his logic, feeling as if he was being entangled in a web with no way out. Moreover, she has been slow-witted for 3 years since her pregnancy. Lin Jinyan could only utter, Are you trying to argue in circles? Kai Yue shook his head and said seriously, It's not that. Every word I just said came from the heart. Although we didn't follow the normal process, we have known each other since the first year of high school and have been classmates for 2 years, so we are already familiar with each other's personalities. Lin Jinyan frowned and mumbled, Where is it familiar? It's not familiar at all. She gripped the dessert spoon tightly, her fingers slightly tense, carrying a hint of defiance and a bit of testing, and said solemnly, We have no emotional foundation. I don't like you, and you don't like me. It's better to abort the child. Kai Yue wasn't angry. Instead, he smiled and said, That night you didn't say it like that. You said you liked me, and only by being with me could you. Lin Jinyan's beautiful eyes widened in shock as she dropped the dessert spoon and reached out to cover his mouth. Hey! The man raised his eyebrows and said with his mouth covered, High peak. Lin Jinyan was so angry her face turned red. Dog man, how can words on the bed count? Kai Yue also felt he was a bit too much, so he quickly fed Lin Jinyan a bite of barbecue to stop her from wanting to curse. After Lin Jinyan calmed down, Kai Yue took out his phone, brought up a document he had just asked his assistant to prepare, and handed it to Lin Jinyan. These are the property's car's financial status, and company shares currently under my name. Looking at the densely packed 20 pages of text, Lin Zh9 couldn't help but widen her eyes in shock. Damn, how rich is this person? She knew in high school that Kai Yue was wealthy, and the classmates had privately discussed the gossip about the Kai family. But because the Kai family was particularly low-key and rarely exposed to the public, Lin Zh9 didn't know they were actually this rich. Just by casually glancing at the properties under his name, it was discovered that all his properties in the city were the most expensive and best-located residences, and he had private homes in all major cities across the country and around the world. The amount of working capital is also enormous, a world that Lin Jian has never seen since childhood. She was so shocked that the shaved ice in the bowl almost melted into water. Kai Yue observed her expression, lightly tapping his fingertips on the table, clearly enunciating, I don't know if you're worried about the financial aspect of raising a child, but you really don't need to worry about that. I still have money. The hormones during pregnancy have caused Lin Jianian to feel no attraction to men's appearances or sweet words, but she has developed an unprecedented desire for money and material things. She bit the spoon and glanced lightly at the pond. So handsome, it turns out you're so rich. You should have said it earlier, huh? Can we still chat? Every time Lin Jianian recalls the day she discovered she was pregnant and the journey of deciding to keep the unexpected baby, her heart is filled with emotion. The confusion and entanglement experienced during this period are difficult to express clearly in 1,000 words. Briefly distracted by money and material things, Lin Jianian quickly returned to her listless state, pushing away the unfinished shaved ice and barbecue, and said dejectedly, "I don't want to eat anymore." She turned her face away, no longer looking at Kai Yue, showing an attitude of refusing to communicate. Lin Jian actually didn't have any special thoughts. She just had morning sickness and felt nauseous, so she didn't want to talk. Kai Yue silently observed her expression and did not force her to express anything. In the end, he drove her home. However, after returning home, Lin Jian faced her greatest worry. Her pregnancy had been discovered by her mother within just half a day. The reason was that the bottle of folic acid was not hidden well. Li Suhua, who was cleaning on a whim, found it and flew into a rage. She held a folic acid box in her hand, her face cold as she stared at Lin Jianian standing at the door and the unfamiliar boy beside him. Lin Jianian opened her mouth in fear, frozen in place, too nervous to speak. "Mom, Mom." Her mother had always maintained a stern image of authority during her upbringing, rarely angry yet unwavering. Although Li Suhua hadn't scolded her in a long time, Lin Jianian instinctively feared Li Suhua. Kai Yue remained calm, instead nodding. "Hello, Auntie." Li Suhua immediately confirmed that Lin Jianian was indeed pregnant. First, she had vaguely sensed her daughter's early pregnancy symptoms a while ago. Second, Lin Jianian had never been good at lying since she was young, and the look of panic on her face at this moment had already betrayed her. Li Suhua shot Lin Jianian and Kai Yue a fierce glance and told them to come in. She sat on the sofa, pinched her brow, and began to question them in detail. "High school classmates, why haven't I heard you mention this before? How long have you been together?" Lin Jianian, 2 years. Kai Yue, 3 years. The two answered at the same time, and Lin Jianian awkwardly covered his lips and coughed. Kai Yue said nonchalantly, "I pursued her for a year. We've been together for 2 years, a total of 3 years." Li Suhua furrowed her brows tightly, as if trying to discern the truthfulness. She leaned back against the sofa's backrest and asked Kai Yue, "Didn't you just say that you went abroad in your senior year of high school? How exactly did that happen?" Lin Jianian's gaze was evasive and guilty, and she opened her mouth to reply, but Kai Yue reassuringly held her hand. The man's handsome features were filled with a meticulous sincerity as he said to Li Suhua, "Auntie, to be honest, I've liked Jianian since high school, but I was worried about disturbing her studies, so I never pursued her. After arriving in M country, we kept in touch, and it wasn't until she was in her 2nd year of university that I started to pursue her. Oh, we had a long-distance relationship before I returned to the country." Li Suhua sneered, "So, when did you return to the country?" Kai Yue's eyes flashed with a hint of nervousness as she bravely said, "February of this year." Li Suhua was almost furious to the point of fainting, yet her speech was unusually clear. "Lin Jianian, you're doing quite well. He returned this February, and if I'm not mistaken, the child in your belly was conceived in March." Li Suhua stood up in anger and gestured to Kai Yue to please continue. "My daughter and I still have things to discuss. Please go back for now." Kai Yue stood up respectfully, bowed to Li Suhua, and said seriously, "Auntie, although the matter of pregnancy was an accident, I sincerely want to marry Jianian. My parents are already aware of Jianian and they really like her. They say your daughter is outstanding and obviously comes from a family with good upbringing. They have also been wanting to visit you and Uncle Lin." Lin Jianayan looked at Kai Yue in disbelief, and Kai Yue raised his eyebrow slightly at her. Hearing these words, Li Suhua's expression improved somewhat, but she still coldly asked Kai Yue to leave. Kai Yue raised his lips with a hint of playful mischief, signaling with his lips, "Leave it to me." After Kai Yue left, Li Suhua hadn't had the chance to interrogate yet, and Lin Jinyan's pregnancy cleverly caught her off guard at that moment. She hugged the toilet and dry heaved. Although nothing came up, a pitiful shade tinged the corners of her eyes and the tip of her nose, red, making her look even more pitiful. Li Suhua angrily shook her sleeves and ultimately did not reprimand her rebellious daughter. Instead, she threw down a harsh remark, saying they would discuss strategies when her father returned, and then, filled with rage, poured her a glass of water, slamming the door with a bang to let her reflect properly. Lin Jinyan did not expect that on that night, instead of facing the anger of Li Suhua and Lin Songyuan, she was instead greeted by Kai Yue. Kai Yue was still wearing the same outfit from the morning, holding 2 thermal food containers in his hand. He stood there with one hand in his pocket and casually said, "Miss Lin, your takeout has arrived." Lin Jinyan looked in surprise as he placed the light and delicate 3 dishes and a soup, along with a bowl of stewed soup, on the dining table. "Why are you here?" She scratched her head, mumbling in confusion. "Why haven't my parents come back yet?" Kai Yue wrapped his arms around Lin Jianayan's shoulders from behind, pressing her down to sit at the dining table, gesturing for her to eat. Lin Jianayan held the chicken soup, sipping it slowly. The grease from the soup had long been skimmed off, warm and delicious, soothing Lin Jianayan's stomach that was suffering due to her pregnancy. She took 2 sips of the soup and looked at Kai Yue with a questioning gaze. Chi Yu said slowly, "You don't have to worry, I'll take care of the rest. My parents are having dinner with your parents right now." Lin Jianayan exclaimed in surprise, "Ah." Chi Yu thought she was worried about the lies being exposed and smirked. "Don't worry, all the information has been verified, you won't be blamed by anyone. If they want to curse, they will curse me. If they want to kill, they will kill me." He made a throat-slitting gesture, and Lin Jinyan couldn't help but smile. Then she lowered her head and continued eating. Kai Yue looked down and suddenly said, "No one can force you now." Lin Jinyan was slightly startled. "What do you mean?" Kai Yue hesitated for a moment and finally, in a difficult tone, chose his words carefully and said, "What I mean is that neither your parents nor my parents nor anyone else have the right to ask you to make any decisions. You do not need to have any worries behind you." Lin Jinyan silently looked down, knowing that Kai Yue was right about this. No matter whether both parents know about this matter or not, she will not make any decisions because of the pressure from her elders. She is not that irrational. The man placed the bowl and chopsticks in front of her and said in a languid tone, "If you decide to keep this child, then we can get married." Lin Jinyan put down her chopsticks, raised her chin, and asked in a deep voice, "What if I simply do not want it?" Kai Yue took a deep breath. Although his expression was unhappy, he still assured, "Then I will tell them that this is our joint decision after careful consideration. I believe the elders will understand." He lowered his head, staring at her intently, and finally tried to negotiate for himself. "I hope you can keep the child. But no matter what decision you make, I support you." Kai Yue silently waited for her to finish her meal and took the 2 insulated bowls to the kitchen to wash them. Just as he was taking a cigarette out of his pocket and putting it in his mouth, he dazedly tossed the unlit cigarette into the trash bin. He turned around and smiled casually at Lin Jianayan. "I need to quit smoking." The man, standing at a height of 1.91 meters with an upright posture in her kitchen washing dishes, made the kitchen space feel very cramped. Lin Jinyan looked at his back radiating a soft glow and suddenly recalled high school memories. The boy always has a certain magic about him. No matter where he is, in the classroom, on the basketball court, or even riding bikes side by side with friends on the street, he has a natural ability to attract people's attention. Lin Jinyan stood at the bus station, silently watching his fiery red bicycle whiz past her. The wind inflated his white shirt, his features striking and intense, radiating a rebellious, youthful spirit. The girl standing at the bus station, just 16 years old, with a delicate and sensitive mind buried under the weight of a heavy backpack, was filled with admiration. The boy had no idea how envious she was of him. He is very brave. He goes after what he likes and fights for what he wants, as if he has never stopped or surrendered. Even when faced with an unexpected pregnancy, this man took only a few hours to fully accept reality and think of strategies to face the future. As her thoughts returned to the present, Lin Zhijian looked at Kai Yue standing in the kitchen with an upright and tall posture, her gaze momentarily lost but quickly regained her rationality. That's right, Kai Yue is excellent, treats her well, is wealthy and handsome, and has a physique with sexual tension, and that is quite significant too. Cough cough, what is she thinking? In short, Kai Yue is undoubtedly the ideal husband in the minds of countless girls. Moreover, Lin Zhijian already has a good impression of him. Although she is moved, this cannot be her reason for keeping the child in her belly. Just a little bit more, something very important is still missing. Until the snowball grew up, Lin Zhijian could clearly remember the situation when she decided to keep the snowball. It was the third day after discovering she was pregnant when Kai Yue came to find Lin Zhijian, and the two of them went out for a walk together. The embryo in her belly was nearly 12 weeks along, and it was time to make a decision. But the two of them cleverly avoided the question, and they unconsciously strolled to the entrance of a bookstore. Kai Yue went to buy drinks and snacks for Lin Zhijian, while Lin Zhijian walked alone in front of a row of bookshelves. She casually picked up a book, found a sunny spot to sit down, and subconsciously became absorbed in reading. Lin Zhijian precisely captured a sentence from the sea of text. Every child was once an angel in the sky, lying on the clouds and carefully picking their mother, giving up countless treasures in heaven, arriving at our side like a little beggar, completely naked, only to guide our lives to grow anew with their small love. Lin Zhijian felt shocked by this sentence. She silently lowered her head and secretly wiped the corner of her eye with the back of her hand, where a tear had accidentally fallen. For the first time, she touched the baby through her belly. She secretly took out the wrinkled ultrasound slip from her pocket, looking at it again and again. Her fingertips touched the round belly of the little one on the ultrasound report, and memories unconsciously surfaced in her mind, like the heartbeat of a galloping horse. One body, two heartbeats. Lin Zhijian suddenly felt a mysterious resonance with the baby in her belly. In that instant, she awakened to a moment of realization like the brightening of a dark and twisted path. Her tearful eyes are as bright as stars, and inside her heart it feels like a flame is burning, warm and full of energy. Yes, she is unexpectedly pregnant, and her situation is very bad. She has no emotional basis with the child's father. They are just high school classmates. The future path has no direction, like a thick fog. Nothing is clear. She doesn't even know what it means to be a parent. After living for 23 years, Lin Zhijian made a decision that can be considered brave and even quite reckless for the first time. It is not because of money and material things. It is not due to the pressure or encouragement from parents and elders. It's not even because she likes or dislikes the baby's father. It has little to do with all external things. The real reason she decided to keep the snowball is simply because this baby is her child. She likes her, wants to keep her, and wants to cherish and care for her. Do not ask about the future, and do not look back at the past. I just want to follow my heart once. The next period will be relatively chaotic. However, Lin Zhijian, who is at the center of the storm, is not affected by the chaos. She sleeps a lot every day. Apart from sleeping at home, she either eats the meals brought by Kai Yue or goes out to eat with him, or her friends like Yang Shuang come to chat with her, curiously lifting her clothes to look at her belly. Since entering the 12th week, Lin Jinyan's pregnancy symptoms have been improving day by day, and her complexion has also gotten better. Unlike the peaceful passage of time on Lin Jinyan's side, the Lin and Kai families have been pulling and pushing each other. Under Kai Yue's clever balance, they finally settled various formalities when Lin Jinyan was 4 months pregnant, including dowry, betrothal gifts, wedding house, wedding, and even the heated debate about how to raise the child after marriage. In order to wear the wedding dress before her belly gets big, Lin Jinyan and Kai Yue set their wedding date for the end of July. 3 very important things happened on the Saturday before the wedding. The first thing is that Lin Jinyan and Kai Yue have obtained their marriage certificate. The second thing is that in order to take better care of the pregnant woman, they moved into their new house in advance. The new house is in Yanchenzhenjing, a 3-story villa with a courtyard. The third thing is that Lin Jinyan, who is already 22 weeks pregnant, successfully passed the 4-dimensional ultrasound, which is a very important prenatal examination project during mid-pregnancy. Yanchenzhenjing Villa, main bedroom on the 3rd floor. Counting the night when she conceived the snowball, this is the second night that Lin Jinyan and Kai Yue share the same bed. Kai Yue is taking a shower in the bathroom, while Lin Jinyan, wearing a nightdress, has already laid down on the bed, leaning against the pillow. To ease the awkwardness and tension of sharing a bed later, Lin Jinyan took out the 4-dimensional B ultrasound report from earlier and lay on the bed to read it. As she looked, she became engrossed in it, and a gentle smile appeared at the corners of her lips. The B-mode ultrasound report shows the first clear photo of the baby's face in their life. It's a very beautiful, particularly beautiful baby. With long eyeliner, a sculpted nose, delicate lips, and a graceful bone structure, the round little hands resting by the face look incredibly cute. Tesk, the little one, is quite pretty. Lin Jinyan touched her belly and smiled. Are you a girl or a boy? Lin Jinyan was busy chatting with the baby in her belly and didn't notice when Kai Yue had already finished his bath and come out of the bathroom. She also had no idea that the man's thoughts were completely different from hers. Kai Yue was wearing just a pair of long sleep pants, and his clearly defined abdominal muscles were still glistening with tiny droplets of water. The words from the doctor in the prenatal class he attended that day echoed in his mind. It's okay to have moderate sexual activity during the 2nd trimester, but be careful with hygiene and positions. The man frowned, feeling it was very unreliable. Although he didn't know why he had been thinking about it lately, he resolutely could not do anything that would harm a pregnant woman. He lifted his eyelids to take a glance at the woman on the bed. The woman was wearing a light blue nightgown. Her skin was snow white and radiant, her face had a faint pink hue, and her eyelashes were like 2 fluffy brushes. She was lazily looking at the ultrasound report, her clear eyes slightly curved. Kai Yue couldn't suppress the dryness in his throat even after taking a sip of ice water. He suddenly felt that if it was Lin Jinyan asking, he could also cooperate. He walked towards her with an extremely conflicted heart. Lin Jinyan heard his footsteps and possibly noticed that he wasn't wearing a shirt. Her cheeks immediately turned red. She shyly glared at him and suddenly said, "Chiyu, I kind of want to." Chiyu held his breath and felt a bit nervous. What should I do? Should I really reject her? Don't reject her concern about affecting her health. Reject her concern about affecting her mood. Just when Kai Yue was caught in a mental struggle, Lin Jinyan licked her lips, her whole face scrunched up, and accidentally spoke out a whimsical idea that had tormented her for a long time. "I'm hungry, I kind of want to eat dirt. You know, the kind from the ground, real dirt." The baby in her belly also seemed to want it, happily kicking her belly. Kai Yue. After she finished speaking, Seeing Kai Yue's slightly changing expression, Lin Jinyan bit her lip in frustration. How did she blurt out such a strange thought as, "I want to eat dirt"? I don't know why, but ever since she entered the 5th month of her pregnancy, the frequent nausea and vomiting that she had before disappeared, replaced by another kind of pregnancy reaction. Occasionally, she would suddenly become a temperamental perfectionist, uncontrollably finding many details disgusting, like the fish on the lunch table that was missing an eye. Besides that, she always craved some strange things. This morning, as she walked by the park, the air was filled with a rich, summery scent, floral, grassy, and the smell of the earth hit her face. She had never found the scent of soil so refreshing and charming. She even wanted to take a bite out of it. Lin Jinyan frowned in thought, suspecting that she must be lacking some trace elements and that she should ask the doctor about it during her next checkup. Unable to get the soil she yearned for, she set down the ultrasound report and burrowed into her quilt, her voice muffled. "Let's sleep." Kai Yue said lazily, "If you're really hungry, I'll cook for you." Lin Jinyan poked her water-like almond eyes out from under the blanket and asked, "Can you cook?" Kai Yue casually put on a short-sleeved shirt and replied with a "I couldn't get used to the food there during those years abroad, so I often cooked for myself. I can eat, I guess." Lin Jinyan perked up, sitting up from the bed. She was really hungry. The little one in her belly always urged her to eat something after 9 o'clock at night. Her eyes lit up as she was about to order, but Kai Yue's smile deepened and he said decisively, "Anything except for dirt." Lin Jinyan. Lin Jinyan and Kai Yue came to the first-floor kitchen together. Since today was the first day of moving in, the kitchen supplies were brand new and shiny. The refrigerator was empty except for a box of eggs and a bunch of green onions that came with them. Lin Jinyan smiled awkwardly and said, "How about we order takeout instead?" Kai Yue said confidently, "Wait for me for 5 minutes." Lin Jinyan was sitting on a high stool at the island table, waiting. She watched Kai Yue busily moving around, turned to grab some eggs, and soon the sound of the egg mixer could be heard. The frying pan was put on the stove to heat oil, and the man stood in front of the stove. Lin Jinyan quickly heard the sizzling sound of the oil. Lin Jinyan rested her chin on her hand, her gaze quietly fixed on Kai Yue's back. He was wearing a simple black cotton t-shirt, which made his shoulders look broad and his waist look slim, giving him an advantaged build. A faint smile spread at the corners of her lips. Wow, who would have thought that the school heartthrob who was so popular in high school would actually become her husband? She remembered how she and Kai Yue had distributed wedding invitations to their high school classmates last week, and everyone was taken aback. No one expected that these two seemingly unrelated people would actually get together. They weren't even close in high school, were they? While Lin Jinyan's thoughts were wandering, she suddenly caught a whiff of a pungent smell. Not far away, Kai Yue sighed helplessly. "It's burnt." "Lin Jinyan, let me see, what is this?" "Kai Yue scallion pancake." Lin Jinyan couldn't help but laugh out loud. It was the first time she had seen a black scallion pancake. Seeing Lin Jinyan laugh, Kai Yue reached out to wrap his arm around her shoulder and confidently said, "This was just an accident, I will redo it now." Lin Jinyan laughed until she was in tears. It seems that Kai Yue wasn't being modest at all. His cooking skills can really only be summed up with the words "can eat." But without any warning, there was a thud, and the little one in her belly kicked her leg fiercely, causing Lin Jinyan's belly to quickly swell into a small bump. It wasn't just play, it was that kind of little temper tantrum kicking motion. Lin Jinyan shut her mouth and dared not laugh anymore. Kai Yue noticed her unusualness and frowned slightly. "What's wrong?" Lin Jinyan raised her index finger to him and shushed, saying seriously, "I advise you to redo it quickly. Your child is throwing a tantrum because they can't have scallion omelet." Kai Yue. Under Lin Jinyan's urging, Kai Yue made scallion omelet again. After trying for the third time, I finally succeeded. A plate of brightly colored, fragrant scallion omelet was placed in front of Lin Jinyan. After washing his hands, Kai Yue sat across from Lin Jinyan, leaning back in his chair with his arms crossed over his chest. Give it a try. Lin Jinyan picked up the chopsticks and ate with her cheeks puffing out. She smiled gratefully at Kai Yue, her brows and eyes bending into a beautiful shape. It smells great, thank you for your hard work. In fact, the taste is not particularly fragrant, but it is exceptionally fresh. Moreover, this is a late-night snack that Kai Yue specially made for her, and Lin Jinyan felt grateful, sensing that the flavor was enhanced considerably by his effort. Kai Yue observed the woman's expression. His thin lips curved into a pleasant arc, but unexpectedly, Lin Jinyan suddenly changed her expression. Kai Yue, what's wrong? Lin Jinyan coughed lightly, conveying the words of the particularly picky and extremely irritable little one in her belly. Your child says the fried eggs are a bit bland. Please try harder next time. Kai Yue. His gaze swept down from Lin Jinyan's lively face to her beautifully rounded little baby bump, his long fingers lightly tapping the table, amused. This cub is already picky before it is born and throws little tantrums. Once it is born, he must properly govern it. After eating well, Lin Jinyan can finally go to bed and sleep peacefully. The stomach is full and the heart is also filled. At first, it was a bit awkward, and Lin Jinyan wrapped herself in a thin quilt, only showing a pair of eyes and a delicate nose to breathe. She heard Kai Yue's footsteps. He first went to turn off the lights, then drew the curtains and adjusted the air conditioning temperature. Finally, the steady and powerful footsteps walked towards the bed. Lin Jinyan tightly closed her eyes and dared not speak. The other side of the large bed sank. The quilt was lifted and then covered again. Although this large bed in the master bedroom was already quite big, Lin Jinyan still curled herself up like a shrimp. She heard Chiyu's breathing. His breathing sounded heavier than hers. Kai Yue's body temperature was also very different from hers. It was hot, as if it could burn her skin through the air. They used the same shower gel tonight, but the scent on their bodies had subtle differences. Darkness was Kai Yue's protective color. Even with her eyes open, Lin Jinyan could not distinguish clearly. Although the man remained still, his burning gaze had silently changed in the darkness, intently watching her. The darkness also protected Lin Jinyan well, preventing Kai Yue from noticing her now flushed face. This is the second time Lin Jinyan has shared a bed with a man since childhood. That night, for the first time, the two of them were engaged in intense physical activity. As for that night, due to the effects of alcohol, she could not remember many details, but her body remembers all the sensory experiences. She was completely permeated with the scent of male hormones, as if marked by a beast, lingering in her body for a long time. As he collided, he asked, "Does it hurt?" Lin Jinyan couldn't bear it. She cried in a daze, pleading with a broken voice, "Please be gentle. Woo-woo, go out." The man, who was usually easy to talk to, became very difficult to communicate with at that moment. All that came back was a doubled storm. She felt the direction of every single vein. Boiling sweat fell from the air, merging with the slightly salty sweat, indistinguishable from one another. In the air, the scent of the two could not be separated, occupying all of her sense of smell. And various things that make one dare not. The sound of memories, rich low gasps and cries, the flush-inducing slapping and sound of water. The hottest part of him was inside her. Just 1 second ago it was unbearably painful, but the next second it felt numb and tingly as if falling from the clouds. It feels like I'm about to die. Lost in thought, Lin Jinyan broke free from her dream, sitting up in bed, her chest heaving violently and a thin layer of sweat beading on her forehead. It took her several minutes to figure out where she was. She was in the Silver Mountain Villa, which was her and Kai Yue's new home. They had already obtained their marriage certificate and were going to hold their wedding next week. The electronic clock on the nightstand showed that it was 4:45 a.m., but strangely, Kai Yue was not in bed. The bathroom door was closed, and soft light and the sound of dripping water could be seen coming from the bathroom. Is Kai Yue taking a shower this time? Lin Jianian thinks that his strange living habits are truly hard to commend. However, she is currently more concerned about her own health condition. Lin Jianian turned on the bedside lamp, blushing as she picked up her phone, nervously and shyly searching for the keywords. Why do pregnant women have spring dreams? Does it affect the fetus? Lin Jinyan was silently screaming in her heart, feeling completely overwhelmed. How could she suddenly dream about the scene from her first night with Kai Yue? Moreover, it was clear and vivid in her mind, so much so that she couldn't distinguish between dream and reality. Everything was too vivid, even the feelings. Lin Jinyan was focused on researching information on her phone. After checking several expert accounts, she learned that during pregnancy, the sudden increase in hormones may enhance sexual desire, so it is normal for pregnant women to have spring dreams. This is especially common in the second and third trimesters, and as long as it does not lead to regular contractions or bleeding, there is no need to worry. Lin Jinyan let out a heavy sigh of relief. While that really scared her to death. She thought she was a freak, but it turns out this is a normal physiological phenomenon. Suddenly, a voice came from behind her. Why are you up? A man's voice sounds deeper and more hoarse at night than during the day. Lin Jai was startled and quickly covered her phone, then hurriedly locked the screen. She raised her eyes, feeling guilty, and glanced at Kai Yue. She didn't know if it was just her imagination, but she also saw a fleeting hint of guilt in the man's eyes. He just finished showering, and his narrow eyes appeared even darker and deeper than during the day. The two people's gazes met in the air for an instant and then very tacitly averted their eyes. Lin Jianian didn't know if her face was still burning. She was afraid of being discovered, so she hurriedly lay down and tried to speak calmly. I just felt a bit hot. I woke up because I was too warm. She curiously asked again, what about you? Why are you not sleeping in the middle of the night and taking a shower? The other side was silent for a while, and she heard the man seemingly chuckle softly, his voice languid and sultry, teasing her ears. He said, what a coincidence, I was also awakened by the heat. Lin Jinyan and Kai Yue's wedding became quite a sensation in City A. Although they declined media coverage and only invited a handful of close friends and family, the guests who attended the wedding were all stunned by the lavishness of the event. Various rumors are widely spread on social media. I heard there's a golden leaf tree at the entrance of the wedding, and each leaf is worth $2,000. What the hell? Is what they said upstairs true? If I had known, I would have skipped work today instead of being a laborer and gone to pick, oh no, to collect golden leaves at the entrance. Which family is hosting the wedding? I learned something today. A row of luxury cars passed by on the road opposite my company, with the first one being a Ferrari worth $200 million. Don't you all know? It's the son of the Kai family getting married, the Kai family of Jinsheng Group. The Kai family usually keeps a low profile, but they are truly a wealthy family, an old money family that's been rich for generations, with businesses everywhere. I heard the bride is the groom's high school classmate, and they have been together since high school. So, why is it that some unenlightened parents still don't allow early dating? It's obviously easier to meet your true love during school. On the day of the wedding, Lin Jinyan was excited but also truly exhausted. It turns out that getting married with a big belly is really hard. The wedding dress is a heavy court-style design, featuring luxurious beaded lace with an extremely large train that adds a strong sense of ceremony. This wedding dress can effectively hide a nearly 6-month pregnant belly, but Lin Jinyan somewhat regrets choosing the V-neck, as she never expected her body would change during pregnancy. making her look overly sexy. Among the bridesmaids are childhood friend Yang Shuang, college best friend Wang Siwen, as well as high school good friends Xiao Menqi and Kaio Qingqing. Yang Shuang has known Lin Jinyan since childhood, but Yang Shuang went abroad after finishing junior high school and only returned after graduating last year. Wang Siwen is Lin Jinyan's roommate at D University and is currently working in operations at an e-commerce company. Xiao Menqi and Kaio Qingqing were Lin Jinyan's best friends at Qizhang High School. The three of them filled out college applications for different universities across the country. Although they often chatted online during college, they didn't meet much, maintaining a frequency of 3 to 4 meetings a year. When they received Lin Jinyan's call this time, they were all in a daze, and even after arriving at the wedding venue, they still felt as if they were in a dream, which was hard to believe. Xiao Menqi was so surprised that she couldn't speak. "Wow, is your husband really the school hunk, class monitor, debate team captain, and basketball team captain Kai Yue from our school? When I first saw the name on the invitation, I thought it was someone else with the same name." Kaio Qingqing was also extremely astonished. "When exactly did you get together with Kai Yue? Didn't he go abroad in his senior year? Before he left, I hardly ever saw you two say a few words to each other." Xiao Menqi, quickly say, "Did you and him have feelings for each other back in high school? You kept it really well hidden." Kaio Qingqing carefully recalled her high school days and frowned. No, Zai, weren't you dating Chen Jiashu in high school? I thought back then that you and Chen Jiashu would definitely end up together." As soon as the words fell, Lin Jinyan's expression stiffened for a moment, and the bridesmaids hurriedly gathered around, whispering. Yang Shuang laughed. "Ha, Lin Jinyan, I didn't know you had another story in high school." Wang Siwen curiously asked, "Who is Chen Jiashu?" Xiao Menqi looked at Lin Jinyan's slightly furrowed brow and smiled as she answered. "You guys don't know, back then at our number 7 high school, Kai Yue and Chen Jiashu were often compared together. Both were super handsome guys, but they were completely different types." Wang Siwen raised an eyebrow. "Oh, different types." Kaio Qingqing laughed. "Kai Yue is the cool, wild, bad boy type, while Chen Jiashu is the refined and elegant academic type. But between the two, Kai Yue is definitely a bit more handsome, which is why he has dominated the title of the school hunk at Qizhang from then until now." Yang Shuang, "I'm not curious about anything else, but I'm curious about our Zai and what relationship she has with that Chen Jiashu." Lin Jinyan furrowed her brows even deeper. She had just wanted to clarify that she and Chen Jiashu really had no relationship, but Xiao Menqi already answered first. "Previously at our Qizhang, this matter stirred up quite a storm. There was an occasion when Chen Jiashu was called to the office by the homeroom teacher and came out looking all gloomy. It was said that it was because someone saw Chen Jiashu and Lin Jinyan walking home together every day, saying they must be in a secret romance. Back then, early romances were considered a very serious matter." The entire bridesmaid team looked at Lin Jinyan with teasing eyes. Wow. Lin Jinyan was so angry that her face turned red. She put her hands on her hips and grit her teeth, saying, "This is all a rumor. The truth is not like that at all. Please don't spread misinformation anymore." A few of her close friends giggled and made jokes. Sure, we will absolutely not talk about your high school romance. By the way, Chen Jiashu didn't come today. Is he too scared to attend your wedding?" Lin Jinyan couldn't be bothered to deal with them and said seriously, "Please stop talking about these nonsense things. Kai Yue already sent an invitation to Chen Jiashu, and he replied that he is on a business trip at this time, so he can only regretfully miss the wedding. He even sent us a wedding red envelope." A few girlfriends let out a boring humph. At this moment, Lin Jinyan's baby in her belly kicked her, feeling wronged. Lin Jinyan gently touched her belly and softly comforted, "Little baby, are you hungry? I'm sorry, mommy is eating at irregular times today, so please bear with it for a little while." The door of the makeup room was suddenly knocked on. Kaio Kinking gently nudged Lin Jinyan with her elbow and smiled brightly. "Jinyan, your husband has arrived." Lin Jinyan looked surprised as she saw Kai Yue walking in with 2 insulated food containers. The man was dressed in a luxurious silver-gray bespoke suit, his long straight legs encased in tailored trousers, and his deep, three-dimensional features exuded an air of aristocracy. The suit outlined his muscular physique, and his well-trained body radiated an unspeakable allure. He seemed to be in a good mood today, with his slender eyes and brows showing a faint smile. So handsome that Lin Jinyan couldn't nearly look away. Behind Kai Yue was his high school classmate Li Mingzhu. Li Mingzhu teased Lin Jinyan and Kai Yue with a few words of congratulation before joining the bridesmaids. Kai Yue placed the lunchbox on the table. "Are you hungry?" Lin Jinyan pressed her lips together. "No, am I really that greedy?" Kai Yue rolled up his sleeves. The child said, "But you have to eat 7 times a day." Lin Zhizhai frowned and glared at him. "That's your child that needs to eat, not me. If you don't eat, that little gas cylinder in my belly will run out of gas." Kai Yue laughed. "Sure, he must be a gluttonous chubby baby. Suddenly being spoken ill of by mom and dad." The new parents haven't yet learned in the next prenatal class that a fetus at 5.5 months, nearly 6 months, is a listener. The formation of the fetus's ear shape and auditory nerves has been completed, allowing it to respond to external sound stimuli. The little one softly kicked mommy's belly. "HMPH, don't think I can't hear you. Now that I've given birth, let's see if you dare to gossip about me again." The wedding was grand with an intricate and meticulous process, and by the time the banquet ended and we returned to Yingshan Zhenjing, it was already 11 o'clock. After taking a shower, Lin Jinyan was exhausted and leaned against the sofa, resting her hands on her belly with her eyes closed. The surround sound was playing soft and comfortable music, and Lin Jinyan gradually fell asleep while listening. The little one in her belly was also excited all day, flipping around, floating in the amniotic fluid, blowing a few bubbles, and then fell asleep. Lin Jinyan woke up again feeling someone suddenly pick her up. The man's scent was very pleasant, a mix of soapy lemon aroma and a faint hint of red wine. Lin Jinyan was placed on the bed. She hadn't opened her eyes yet, her tone carrying a soft and unaware quality. "My legs are sore." Kai Yue paused for a moment and asked in a low voice, "Are your legs sore?" Lin Jianayan opened her misty eyes and nodded. "I stood for a long time today. My legs are sore." Kai Yue lowered his gaze, his eyes resting on her legs. Her legs were like silver and snow, dazzlingly white, forming a striking contrast against the red silk bedsheet. Kai Yue held her ankle with one hand while massaging her calf with the other. The skin under his palm was so delicate it seemed like it could ooze water. A gentle press left a faint pink mark. Kai Yue's jawline was slightly tense. The dim wall lamp well concealed the sudden darkness in his eyes. A tingling sensation spread from her calves, and Lin Jianayan's cheeks quickly flushed with a rosy hue. She kicked her legs and said softly, "Sikan, we stop now." Kai Yue did not let go of her. He said in a deep voice, "Don't move. It's easy for your legs to ache during pregnancy. Let me help you." A watery light glimmered in Lin Jianayan's eyes, and she did not refuse him. Chiyu held her delicate ankle with a completely controlling posture. Rough fingertips rubbed the calf muscle little by little, then traveled upwards, pushing from the knee to the center of the thigh, gentle, yet invasive. Is this a proper massage?" Lin Jinyan's face was as red as if it were about to catch fire, her heart racing, and her soft legs trembled uncontrollably. She repeatedly told herself that this man was already her husband, barely able to withstand the tingling sensation of her weak bones and soft muscles. She glared at Kai Yue, only to see him with his eyes half closed and a serious expression on his face, as if he were just helping her relieve the soreness in her legs, without any other thoughts at all. At the moment when Lin Jinyan was cursing his own clumsy thoughts, Kai Yue was thinking about something else. Today, Li Mingzhu inadvertently asked him how he and Lin Jinyan got together. Didn't Lin Jinyan have a boyfriend in high school? Kai Yue couldn't help but think back to many years ago, during that inter-school basketball game in the second semester of the second year of high school. After the match, although Kai Yue was the best performer on the field, Lin Jinyan handed the bottle of mineral water in his hand to Chen Jiashu. A few teammates joked while watching Lin Jinyan's back, saying, "Shuji, is that your girlfriend? She's really pretty." Kai Yue heard Chen Jiashu respond with Kai Yue couldn't remember what expression he had at that moment. He only remembered a tearing pain rising up in his heart. He uncontrollably threw away the basketball in his hand, and it bounced violently, flying out of the court. Everyone looked at him in shock, not understanding why he suddenly exploded in anger. That was the last time he played basketball at Chi Middle School before going abroad. Lin Jinyan thought that the wedding night would be like the previous few nights. Although they lay on the same bed, the boundaries were clearly defined, each sleeping in their own space. Only in the morning, when he woke up, Lin Jinyan would occasionally find that he didn't know when he had crossed the line and was lying on the side of Kai Yue. Tonight feels a bit different. Kai Yue had been kneading her legs, and finally he held her foot. Her feet are small and delicate, with round and cute toes that have a healthy pink tint. Kai Yue massaged her ankle, his thumb circling her instep, and then pressed her sole. The current-like sensation made Lin Jinyan shiver. She curled her toes and her apricot eyes sparkled with tears as she said, Don't press anymore, it's so itchy." Kai Yue did not stop. He focused on her feet and said softly, "Swelling is common during pregnancy. I will give you a massage every day from now on." Lin Jinyan was taken aback for a moment, and then her heart warmed. She had seen many complaints from pregnant women online, among which swelling during pregnancy was a major annoyance for them, especially in the late stages of pregnancy, when their feet could swell up like pigs' trotters. Although Lin Jinyan was shy, she did not avoid Kai Yue's hand any longer. However, she did not notice that the distance between them was slowly closing. Without any warning, the man's hand left her leg. He supported himself on the bed, kissed her forehead, and then, taking advantage of her moment of distraction, leaned down to kiss her lips. The soft and warm sensation from the kiss made Lin Jinyan tremble involuntarily. She heard the pounding of her heart and her mind went blank for a moment. He held her lips, his tongue sliding in, delicately tracing and intertwining between her lips and teeth. Kai Yue kept his eyes wide open, filled with serious and persistent inquiry. He saw Lin Jinyan's eyelashes slightly quiver, her eyes misty with a thin veil of water, and her cheeks and the tip of her nose flushed. Kai Yueshin's heart was beating heavily, as he held onto the back of her head, almost unable to contain the domineering emotions about to spill out. He deliberately deprived her of oxygen, and when she couldn't catch her breath, he mercifully let her go for a moment, only to block her lips again the next second, forcefully feeding his hot and fierce breath into her mouth. After being treated like this several times, Lin Jinyan's face turned completely red, her tongue was numb, and she felt weak all over. Kai Yue gradually became dissatisfied with this, his lips pressed down with a barbaric force, kissing her neck and collarbone, eliciting the sounds he liked to hear. Kai Yue felt he was being too overbearing. She was already made pregnant by him. But as soon as she cast a glance at him, he wanted to make love to her. Just before he was about to pull apart Lin Jinyan's nightgown, Kai Yue regained the last bit of his rationality. He lifted her onto his lap, buried his nose in her neck, inhaling her fragrance, and pressed her soft hands down, gradually intertwining their fingers until they were locked together. Lin Jinyan was also quite flustered. She clutched the silk nightgown that had slipped down to her chest. Although Kai Yue was no longer bullying her like before, she still felt oxygen deprived. her thoughts and rationality sinking together. Kai Yue leaned on Lin Jinyan's shoulder for a long time. Lin Jinyan was burnt by his hot and heavy breath, feeling uncomfortable. She slightly moved her body, but accidentally pressed down on the already awakened, particularly heavy Kai Yue. Both of them were stunned at the same time. Lin Jinyan even heard a rapid and heated breath coming from Kai Yue's chest. She was so embarrassed that her face turned bright red, and she immediately stood up. Kai Yue held her belly, looking up at her from below. A hint of blush at the corners of his eyes, he said in a low voice, "You rest first, I will go take a shower." After saying that, he entered the bathroom once again. Lin Jinyan remained frozen in place like a cooked shrimp. She couldn't help but weigh the significance of Kai Yue in her heart, covering her face and silently screaming. Oh my, she suddenly admired her body's potential and courage immensely. How on earth did she swallow it back then? Lin Jinyan blushed and touched her bulging belly. Thankfully, the little one in her belly was sleeping soundly, unaware of what his mom and dad were doing that was so embarrassing. That night, Lin Jinyan felt someone hugging her from behind as she was in a daze in her sleep. It's so warm, especially comforting. The little one in my belly wakes up at night to play, swimming and circling around, occasionally playfully blowing bubbles. Lin Jinyan was in a half-asleep, half-awake state. She wanted to put her hand on her belly to soothe the baby, but unexpectedly, another large hand moved ahead of her. The man's warm palm rested on her round, pregnant belly, gently touching the baby inside with the softest strength he has ever shown. The baby in the belly might know someone is playing with it. The baby is so happy, wiggling its little bottom in response. The belly has puffed up into a small bump. Kai Yue paused. He gently poked the bump. The bump playfully shifted its position, as if playing hide and seek with him. Kai Yue's eyes were slightly raised at the corners, and he let out a low laugh. When she was 24 weeks pregnant, Lin Jinyan underwent a particularly unforgettable prenatal checkup project. During the gestational diabetes screening, Lin Jinyan endured the nausea and drank an entire row of sugary water. Even after returning home that evening, the feeling of nausea and wanting to vomit still lingered. She was half lying on the sofa, looking listless. Kai Yue poured her a cup of sour plum soup and sat beside her. "Would you like to drink some?" Whenever she felt unwell, Lin Jinyan would find Kai Yue quite displeasing. She took a sip of the sour plum soup, put it down, and huffed, "I never want to get pregnant again." Kai Yue fixed his gaze on Lin Jinyan's pale little face and deeply agreed, "I also think so." Before he unexpectedly became a father, he had never thought that the real pregnancy would be like this. It can be said that it touched on his blind spot. The intertwining of pain and sweetness is enough to make someone unforgettable for a lifetime after experiencing it once. Kai Yue watched as Lin Jinyan slowly finished a cup of sour plum soup. Her complexion had become a little more flushed than before, but she still looked quite uncomfortable. He then lifted Lin Jinyan onto his lap, his large hand resting on her visibly protruding baby bump, with his strong and powerful arm wrapped around her side. Lin Jinyan's body stiffened for a moment at first, but then quickly relaxed. Ever since their marriage, Kai Yue had liked holding her in this position often. The two of them had a significant size difference, and Lin Jinyan felt as if she were nestled in a warm and comfortable muscular sofa. The man spoke in a low, magnetic voice in her ear, "Is the baby awake?" As the words fell, both Lin Jinyan and Kai Yue simultaneously felt that the baby seemed to respond by wiggling its little body. Kai Yue gently stroked the round belly and smiled, "Daddy will tell you a story." The baby happily blew bubbles, gurgling. Lin Jinyan recalled the pregnancy class she attended that afternoon and smiled softly. At 6 months pregnant, the baby's hands and feet have developed very well, with fingernails and toenails just like a little adult. They have also learned to swallow and urinate. Of course, most of what the baby swallows is actually their own urine. Lin Jinyan, At this stage, the baby's nervous system is constantly upgrading. Brain cells are rapidly differentiating. The head size is increasing, and the fetus can even open its eyes to search for light sources. However, aside from playing with the umbilical cord, the fetus is actually quite bored in the womb with not much to play with. So mom and dad should talk to the baby more, and they can also gently rub the bulging bump through the belly, which is the baby's little bottom, little fists, or little feet. Kai Yue took out his phone, connected it to the surround sound system in the bedroom, and played a piece of prenatal education music. The man continued to place his palm on Lin Jinyan's belly, softly and lazily telling a story. Once upon a time, a water sports competition was being held in the forest. A group of little fish jumped out of the water, and several frogs performed high dives. The little one in the belly stretched lazily. "What's that? Mom and Dad are starting to mess with the nest again." Lin Jinyan couldn't help but ask in surprise, "Where did you learn that?" Not only would he tell prenatal education stories, but even the background music played was the very fashionable alpha prenatal education music in the prenatal education world. Kai Yue smiled slightly and took a moment to reply to her. "What the pregnancy class taught, it seems you weren't paying attention today." Lin Jinyan's face turned red because she accidentally fell asleep halfway through the pregnancy class. But as she listened, the stories told by Kai Yue seemed a bit boring, and Lin Jinyan couldn't help but drift off. She lowered her head and observed the hand resting on her belly. Lin Jinyan's discovered that Kai Yue's hands were very beautiful, with sharp, pretty lines and a particularly strong sense of masculinity. The back of his hand displayed prominent veins, with long and powerful finger bones. There was also a small mole on his ring finger. Hidden at the sexy wrist bone was a very small tattoo of a small planet. How many tattoos does Kai Yue actually have? Lin Jinyan felt that he would definitely count if he had the chance in the future. Kai Yue quickly finished telling a simple story, but noticed Lin Jinyan was distracted, and the little one in her belly was also silent. Was he boring to listen to? The man frowned and decided to change the story and continue. "If one day you encounter a small baby in the wild, you must not make eye contact with her." Lin Jinyan was indeed attracted attention. She raised her eyes and asked, "Why?" "Kai Yue, because once you look directly at her, you might die." Lin Jinyan felt a chill down her back. She straightened up, and a hint of terror flashed across her eyes. What is this father doing? Telling horror stories for prenatal education to the baby. The little one in her belly was leisurely floating in the amniotic fluid for a while. Kai Yue patted Lin Jinyan's belly and leisurely added, "Because you will be alive," totally charmed to death by her cuteness. Lin Jinyan was taken aback for a moment and then found herself speechless at this dark joke. She punched his chest. "Please be a bit more serious." Kai Yue lifted his hand from her belly, pinched her chin, and turned her face towards him. "What does it mean to be serious?" The two of them quietly stared at each other, and Lin Jinyan felt his warm breath spraying on her face. His eyes were like dark whirlpools that would suck you in. Lin Jinyan didn't dare to meet his gaze. She lowered her eyes and bit her lip, asking, "Hey, have you finished your prenatal education?" Kai Yue raised an eyebrow and said, "I can only say that today's task is complete. We will continue tomorrow." The little one in her belly protested by puffing up, sticking out her tongue and turning over, using her tender little feet to poke at her belly. Lin Jinyan comforted the restless little one in her belly and suddenly felt it was particularly funny. So now even the fetus is being pressured. It has to attend class every day. Kai Yue smiled and deliberately said, "Of course we have to do it. From now on, we need to prepare for the college entrance exam." Lin Jinyan. The baby in the belly has thrown up a few bubbles. "HMPH, I don't want to attend prenatal classes, it's so boring." If you keep rolling, I'm going to grab the umbilical cord and play hanging. The baby is moving around in the belly, creating bump after bump on the abdomen. Lin Jinyan's eyes lit up, and he suddenly thought, Chiyu, quickly grab your phone and take a video of the baby's movements. Kai Yue immediately turned his head, took out his phone, and aimed the camera at Lin Jinyan's belly. Lin Jinyan then lifted the hem of her top, revealing her round, pregnant belly. Just at the moment when the hem of the top was lifted, the little one in the belly suddenly went from lively and active to completely still, quiet as a chicken. The two parents waited for a whole minute but did not see any movement from the baby. Lin Jinyan looked puzzled. The baby is asleep. Isn't that a bit too coincidental? Kai Yue exited the recording mode and gently comforted. It's fine. Let's record again when there's movement next time. Just as Lin Zh9 was putting down the hem of her top, the little one in her belly suddenly kicked its feet happily and lazily stretched. Lin Jinyan anxiously grabbed Kai Yue. It's moving again. Let's take a shot now. Lin Jai hurriedly lifted the hem of her shirt, while Kai Yue quickly switched to recording mode. But the baby in the belly is not moving again. Lin Jinyan and Kai Yue. Are you playing with us? Lin Jinyan pressed her lips together and lowered her hem. What surprised her happened, and the next moment, the little one started moving happily again. Lin Jinyan did not believe in evil and put down his cloak. A little duan, baby wiggling its small butt. The hem lifts, baby is calm and quiet. The hem falls down, baby wiggles its body. Just like that, back and forth, the little one in the belly is perfectly on time, playing happily. Lin Jinyan was astonished. No way, how does the baby know that I'm lifting my clothes? Kai Yue immediately began to search through the materials for prenatal classes. He read quickly, and his furrowed brow relaxed as he smiled with interest. This is probably because the baby can now open its eyes and starts reacting to light. When you lift your clothes, it senses the change in light and becomes too nervous to move. Lin Jinyan observed her surroundings and realized that a bright decorative spotlight was shining right on her belly. She suddenly realized and covered her lips with a smile. It seems that this is a very cautious cub. The cub in her belly is swimming around in the amniotic fluid. Forget it, there is simply no one in this world who can understand me. For the fetus living in darkness all day, even slight differences in light and shadow are impactful and truly stimulating events. Since it was discovered that the baby in her belly is very sensitive to light, Lin Jinyan and Kai Yue added flashlight light prenatal education to the original prenatal education. It is said that light prenatal education can not only train the baby's visual functions but also help them establish a regular day-night cycle. Every morning after getting up, Kai Yue turns on a dim flashlight and shines it gently against her belly, flickering to illuminate the baby inside. Lin Jinyan would softly explain, "Baby, it's morning now. We should develop the good habit of waking up early from a young age." The baby in her belly slowly turned its little face towards the light source, opening its eyes in a daze. Before going to bed at night, Kai Yue will give the fetus another light therapy lesson. Lin Jinyan lightly touched her belly and said, "Baby, it's night now, time to rest." The little one in the belly blew two bubbles and wiggled from side to side. Kai Yue asked slowly, "Are you sure this is effective? Can it help cultivate a good sleeping routine for the baby?" Lin Jinyan, with her 30-week pregnant belly, confidently said, "It definitely works. The baby just moved, which means they are responding to us, and I am sure they can understand what we are saying." She seemed quite serious about it. With a finger raised to her lips, she whispered, "SHH, don't forget about what happened last time." Remembering what happened last time, Kai Yue raised an eyebrow and looked at Lin Jinyan's pregnant belly, smiling faintly. Last Tuesday, Lin Jinyan was watching short videos and came across a pair of foreign twin babies. Unable to hold back her surprise, she exclaimed, "Oh my, these twins are just too cute. So well-behaved, so chubby, I like them so much, I just want to kiss them until they faint. Why are there such adorable children in the world? At that moment, the lively little one in her belly stopped moving. Not just at that moment, but it was completely still the entire day. No matter how Lin Jinyan called to it or poked her belly with her finger, the little one remained quiet and still. The abnormal fetal movement frightened the two new parents, making their faces go pale. While Kai Yue was calling the family doctor, Lin Jianian tried again to talk to the baby in her belly, using very exaggerated expressions. Baby, you are the cutest and most well-behaved treasure in the whole world. Mommy and Daddy feel especially happy and proud because of you. After saying this, the little and particularly stingy baby in her belly finally forgave her. The stingy little baby kicked Mommy's belly softly. If Lin Jianian had an ultrasound at this moment, she would be able to see that the little one's tiny brows are furrowed together, and their small mouth is pouting, as if they have suffered a great injustice. Woo woo woo, Mommy actually likes other babies. I'm not angry yet. It's strange if I'm not angry. Since that day, Lin Jinyan and Kai Yue no longer dared to speak casually in front of Zai Zai. The pregnancy passed quietly day by day like this. Lin Jinyan was sleepy. During the day, she would set up a lounge chair in the yard, basking in the sun while reading and painting. Many times she couldn't help but fall asleep, waking up and continuing to read and paint. She found that her pregnancy belly had its uses, providing support for her books or small easels, turning into a practical little stand. Her appetite grew better day by day. Although she didn't have any suspicions of gaining weight, she couldn't sleep at night without having some late-night snacks. Kai Yue's mother, Zhang Luan, called over 2 experienced aunts from the Kai family's old residence to take care of the pregnant woman, cooking dishes that Lin Jinyan loved to eat. The difficult late pregnancy is completely different from the happy mid-pregnancy. Her belly is particularly round, heavy like a big ball. Occasionally, there will be tight and painful false contractions. Lin Zhizheng needs to count fetal movements 3 times a day or tie a strap around her belly connected to a machine for fetal heart monitoring. The round belly presses against her stomach, and Lin Zhizheng's appetite is not as good as during mid-pregnancy. She feels full after eating just a few bites. Although it is more tiring than mid-pregnancy, the pregnant woman insists on walking every day. There is no obvious swelling in her limbs, but she experiences some shortness of breath and fatigue while walking, having to stop and rest after a few quick steps before continuing. In the blink of an eye from summer and autumn, Lin Jinyan has stepped into the winter, reaching her 39th week of pregnancy. She lazily leaned against the sofa, holding a bowl of pomegranates in her hands, scooping them with a spoon to eat. Kai Yue was helping her trim her toenails. Due to the size of her belly in the late stages of pregnancy, Lin Jinyan had 2 things she couldn't reach. She couldn't wash her lower body while bathing, and she couldn't trim her own toenails. Regarding the first point, Lin Jinyan felt very embarrassed to ask someone for help, so she bought a long-handled shower brush to solve this problem. The second issue was also discovered by Kai Yue. He would help her massage her calves and feet every day to prevent swelling. One day, he noticed that her toenails were a bit long, and without saying a word, he took a nail clipper and trimmed her toenails. Lin Jinyan shyly wanted to push him away. Although Kai Yue massaged her feet every day, she should have gotten used to it, but Lin Jinyan still felt particularly embarrassed, because she always felt that this man seemed to like her feet very much. After a long time, it proved that Lin Jinyan was not mistaken. Kai Yue skillfully helped Lin Jinyan trim her toenails, and after finishing, she applied a layer of moisturizer on the back and soles of her feet, even smoothing a delicate thin layer of cream between her toes. Her movements were gentle and meticulous, as if treating a perfect work of art. Lin Jinyan felt a tickle. She smiled and raised her eyes, her ankles twitching as if trying to evade. Kai Yue, I told you not to tickle the soles of my feet, really. It's so itchy, ha ha ha. Kai Yue raised his eyes to look at the smile on her face, the corners of his eyes slightly curved. He raised an eyebrow and smiled. Not only are your feet ticklish, but every part of your body is ticklish. Lin Jinyan recalled how this bad man always deliberately tickled her when kissing her. Her cheeks flushed, and she glared at him angrily. Kai Yue smiled, no longer teasing her, and after tidying up the nail-clipping tools, he went to wash his hands in the bathroom. When he came out, he found Lin Jinyan sitting on the sofa in a daze, completely still and looking foolish. Kai Yue frowned and hurried over. What's wrong with you? Lin Jinyan grabbed Kai Yue's arm, her eyes wide, sparkling with fluctuating light, mixing excitement, nervousness, and fear into a complex emotion. Lin Jinyan swallowed hard and said tremulously, "Just now I suddenly heard a loud bang and then I started leaking a lot of water. What should I do?" "What?" Kai Yue paused for a few seconds with a strange expression on his face as he looked downwards. All that could be seen where Lin Jinyan was sitting was a deep-colored sofa marked with a wet stain. Kai Yue's gaze suddenly trembled, filled with intense emotional fluctuations. At 39 weeks and 3 days pregnant, Lin Jinyan's amniotic fluid broke. This day came suddenly and unexpectedly. Although they were anxious, the two new parents had already memorized the childbirth knowledge thoroughly, such as how to handle a sudden rupture of membranes. After carefully placing Lin Jinyan in the back seat of the car, Kai Yue let her lie flat and then used a pillow to elevate her hips. The car drove steadily, and half an hour later, Lin Jinyan was admitted to the special care ward for obstetrics. The doctor came over to examine her. The cervix is only 1 centimeter dilated. It may not start until the evening. Kai Yue sat by Lin Jinyan's bed, silently waiting for her to wake up. He took her restless hand and held it in his palm. The man's grip is very strong, kneading her fingertips with his fingertips one by one. Lin Jinyan looked down at her round, bulging belly, as well as the bindings and instruments wrapped around it. Her eyelids warmed, and tears uncontrollably rolled down from the corners of her eyes. Kai Yue's nerves instantly tensed. Is it starting to hurt? Lin Jinyan cried until her eyes and nose turned red, shaking her head and choking out. It doesn't hurt, but I'm so scared. Kai Yue felt a lump in his chest, his fingers unconsciously tightening. Don't be afraid, I'm here with you. In fact, he was even more scared and wished he could lie down and replace her to have the baby. Lin Jinyan suddenly raised his hand to wipe his tears and said in a deep tone, "My bank card password is XX, Alipay is XX, WeChat Pay and Alipay have the same password. If I die, remember to donate my money to the orphanage." Upon hearing this, Kai Yue's face turned extremely ugly as he touched her head and said, "You are not allowed to say that word again." Lin Jinyan looked up at the ceiling and said, "Actually, I just diagnosed a very serious illness. The situation is urgent, and the doctor asked me to get the medicine according to this prescription." Kai Yue's thin lips pressed into a straight line. Lin Jinyan's eyes darted around. The prescription is 2 pairs of fried chicken wings, 4 chicken pieces, a bag of fries, and a cup of bubble tea. Kai Yue was stunned, then laughed in anger and said softly, "All right, I'll go grab a 10-course medication right now." Kai Yue instructed the assistant to buy the fried chicken, fries, and bubble tea that Lin Jinyan wanted, and encountered the doctor just coming out of the ward upon returning. "The labor is a bit slow. We need to administer oxytocin." The doctor solemnly handed a piece of paper to Kai Yue. "Please have a family member sign here." Kai Yue took the paper, trembling as he picked up the pen and lowered his head to sign. His hands were shaking so much that the pen pierced through the paper. "Doctor!" She had no choice but to hand another new informed consent form to Kai Yue, who finally managed to control his strength and signed his name this time. The doctor put away the informed consent form and glanced at Kai Yue's eyes, which were filled with restrained tears, and helplessly advised, "Mr. Kai, you can be more composed and encourage your wife more." Kai Yue nodded slightly, entered the ward, sat by the bed, and grasped Lin Jianian's hand once again. The woman's hand was as delicate and soft as usual, but at that moment it seemed to lack strength. Her face was pale as paper, and her usually full and rosy lips were now pale and dry. Cold sweat dripped from her forehead, wetting her hair. Kai Yue felt dizzy, as if an invisible hand was gripping his throat. His heart was being pulled in pain, and with each breath he took, a wave of unbearable dull pain surged in his chest, as if the whole world had been crushed. Lin Jinian sighed, not expecting her labor to be so slow. As she shifted her gaze to chat with Kai Yue, she discovered that the man sitting by the bed was actually crying. Kai Yue was wearing a mask, and his eyes were red and swollen behind it. His back was slightly bent, and he was enveloped in a shadow as thick as ink, his narrow eyes seeming to bleed. The inky pupils were soon submerged in water, and tears did not fall but instead remained cloudy in the eye sockets. Lin Jinian. Lin Jinian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She held his hand back and comforted him. Kai Yue, "Well, don't cry, I am really fine." This is the truth because she was afraid of pain. Lin Jinian controlled a painless anesthetic pump in her hand, and could add anesthetic to herself every once in a while wanting to. Add as much as you need to add. Although painless does not truly mean completely pain-free, the cool anesthetic flowing up the spine still greatly alleviates discomfort. What she needs to do now is to conserve her strength. Hearing Lin Jian's gentle comfort, Kai Yue fiercely wiped the corners of her eyes with her hand, leaving the back of her hand quickly covered in a layer of shimmering moisture. He also knows he has lost his composure, but he can't help it. It's all his fault. He shouldn't have been unable to resist that night. Having obtained something he had desired for many years, he was too lost and intoxicated that night, so much so that he didn't notice if the condom was worn perfectly throughout. It's all his fault. He was too ignorant and didn't have Lin Jinian take the emergency contraceptive pill in time. It's all his fault. Even when he heard the news of her pregnancy, he felt a guilty sense of joy rise in his heart. He finally got the girl he wanted back in high school. In such a dishonorable way. Hot tears fell and Kai Yue held Lin Jinian's hand, his voice choked with emotion. Lin Jinian, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Lin Jinian, This handsome guy, she was in the delivery room conserving energy to give birth. What kind of sad drama was he imagining at this time? Lin Jinian soon had no time to pay attention to him anymore. After she replenished her strength with some food, the third stage finally arrived. Lin Jinian's well-preserved stamina finally came in handy at this moment. She has strong comprehension and follows the midwife's instructions to exert herself. Take a deep breath, relax. Come on, come on. That's where the effort is, and you, Mrs. Kai, are wonderful. Mr. Kai, it's time to give your wife a drink. Exhausted to the point of near collapse, Lin Jinian, drenched in sweat, grabbed Kai Yue's hand and said she wanted to drink the half-full pearl milk tea. Kai Yue shook her hand and stuffed the large straw of her bubble tea into her mouth. Lin Jianian took a sip of milk tea, chewed on the pearls, took a deep breath to gather her strength. The contractions are coming, keep it up. Just one more push and you'll succeed. Lin Jianian boldly chewed and swallowed the pearls in her mouth. She focused her attention, closed her eyes, clenched her fists, and her whole face flushed red. She exerted the most powerful strength of her life. Amidst the chaos, Lin Jinian heard the midwife shouting encouragement loudly, as well as Kai Yue and the doctor hoarsely emphasizing, "Save the baby, we must save the baby." Lin Jinian. Kai Yue is such a crazy person, It was at that moment when she was so angry that she was speechless. A quick check, the baby has checked out, successfully delivered. Lin Jinyan was panting heavily. She opened her misty eyes and tried to lift her neck, seeing a fully pink baby. "Congratulations, Mrs. Kai. Congratulations, Mr. Kai. It's a little princess." The little baby is so tiny. She was patted on the bottom gently, like a little kitten, and cried out "ow" for a moment. Lin Jinyan didn't cry during the delivery process, but at this moment she suddenly felt like crying. It is this little one who has been living in her belly for 9 months. Today she finally agreed to check out. Everyone in the room was staring at the baby, but only Kai Yue's red eyes were fixated on Lin Jinyan's face. "Wife," he repeatedly called out in a hoarse voice, "how are you feeling?" Lin Jinyan weakly nodded at Kai Yue, indicating that she was fine. The doctor reminded Kai Yue, "Mr. Kai, you can come over to cut the umbilical cord now." Kai Yue turned around and glanced at his daughter. The daughter was small and rosy, but her crying voice was very loud, and her chubby little hands and feet kicked vigorously. After Kai Yue cut the umbilical cord, he sat back down by Lin Jinyan's bedside, wiped her sweat, and held her hand tightly, his gaze deep. Lin Jinyan had no time to pay attention to the man. All her attention was drawn to that little creature. The little princess, who is all bare, has stopped crying as she is placed on the weighing scale to measure her body data. Length is 52 centimeters, weight is 7 jin and 2 taels. Oh, what a little chubby girl. Lin Jinyan narrowed her eyes. How could she not be chubby? She eats late-night snacks every night. The nurse conducted a basic physical examination on the baby and also gave vaccinations. 10 fingers, 10 toes. While the baby is so strong, didn't even cry when getting the shot. After the physical examination, the nurse dressed the baby in a little outfit, which was pink and tender, just like the baby, looking like a little pot-bellied pig. She was carried to Lin Jinyan's bed, snuggled closely against her mother. Lin Jinyan curiously examined the chubby baby she was meeting for the first time. The chubby baby got so tired from that little bit of time that he fell asleep. "Oh, I'm so exhausted." Just now she used all her might to break out of her mother's belly. What's the difference from someone who usually doesn't exercise completing a marathon? Lin Jai glanced gently at the sleeping face of the baby. "I heard that many newborns are often ugly, but this baby is clearly very beautiful." With her eyes closed, she had long eyeliner, a delicate and small pink nose, and she possessed a beautifully shaped philtrum and lips, with chubby, rosy cheeks on either side. Lin Jai exclaimed in a soft voice, "It's quite similar to a 4D ultrasound." The bone structure is consistent, but there was no flesh during the 4-dimensional B ultrasound, and now flesh has developed. Lin Jinyan smiled and wanted Kai Yue to take out his phone to take a few pictures of the baby. She raised her eyes and called his name, but was stunned on the spot. All she could see was Kai Yue had already taken off his mask, but his complexion was surprisingly poor. He sat there like a puppet with its strings cut. His beautiful lips, resembling those of a child, were now pale, and he looked frozen, unable to move. The nurse standing nearby also noticed Kai Yue's unusual behavior and reminded, "Mr. Kai, I'll take you to get some oxygen." Kai Yue refused to leave, stubbornly sitting by Lin Jinyan's bedside, staring at her with his dark and domineering eyes. Lin Jinyan patted Kai Yue's hand, softly commanding, "Go get some oxygen, be good." Chiyu finally stood up. The 1.91-meter-tall muscular man was now somewhat unsteady on his feet. He leaned against the table and, after the dizziness subsided, turned to Lin Jinyan and said hoarsely, "You should rest well." He instructed a few nurses to take good care of his wife before slowly walking out. Lin Jinyan watched Chiyu's back disappear at the doorway of the ward, noting that the man's steps were unsteady and weak, as if he had suffered a significant blow. The nurse fed Lin Jinyan warm brown sugar water and sincerely exclaimed, "Mrs. Kai, you and Mr. Kai have such a good relationship." She has worked in the obstetrics department of this hospital for many years, and the mothers she has received are basically all affluent, but it is rare to see the fathers suffering alongside the mothers during childbirth, even to the point of fainting and needing oxygen. Hearing what the nurse said, Lin Jinyan was slightly taken aback. She and Kai Yue were only together because of this unexpected arrival. Do they really have a good relationship? Lin Jinyan had never been in a relationship before. Her parents' relationship had been very poor over the years, so Lin Jinyan didn't know what a good couple looked like. She couldn't help but recall Kai Yue's red-rimmed eyes and that deeply oppressive "I'm sorry," causing her emotions to stir slightly. The chubby girl quickly woke up. She woke up faster than she fell asleep. The little one, just awakened, slowly opened her big eyes. Her eyes had a large proportion of black pupils, clear and bright, like the most precious glass beads in the world. Her world was a blur, like a little colorblind person who could only see a bit of light. The chubby little girl sniffed her small nose. Although she couldn't see clearly, she could smell her mother's scent. She instinctively wanted to lean strongly against her mother. Lin Jinyan's arms circled around the little one, fully embracing the small treasure. The chubby girl finally heard her mother's heartbeat. Thump, thump, thump. This is the voice that has been accompanying her in the palace of her belly. Hearing this voice, no matter how cold or terrifying the outside world was, the little chubby girl was no longer afraid. She knows that is mom, her whole world, her mom Tilda. Lin Jinyan allowed the little one to snuggle against her chest, the little one wrapped in a pink blanket, a soft and warm bundle. Lin Jinyan felt a bit itchy and weakly smiled. The little chubby girl in her arms smartly leaned her little face closer, happily taking a sip in her mother's embrace. Nurse, this little guy is really smart. Is he looking for grandma to feed him? Lin Jinyan's cheeks flushed slightly as she fed the little chubby girl her first sip of milk under the nurse's guidance. She lowered her gaze, focusing intently on the little one in her arms. The little one is sucking with closed eyes, their small face puffy, and their wrapped-up body is also round and chubby. Lin Jai glanced down, softly talking to the little one. You look so round, so I'll call you Fat Treasure or Meat Bun. The chubby girl didn't hear clearly, but she really liked listening to her mother's voice. Her stomach is small, she gets full after 2 bites. The well-fed cub released its mother, let out a soft owl, clenched its tiny pink fists and fell asleep again. While Lin Jinyan was still struggling with the naming issue of the cub, the ward door suddenly opened, and the doctor rushed in, looking around anxiously and asking, Mrs. Kai, may I ask where Mr. Kai is? Lin Jinyan, he went to get oxygen. Is there something wrong? The doctor adjusted his glasses and said helplessly, he mistakenly signed a consent form earlier and needs to sign it again. Lin Jinyan was astonished. He signed it wrong. The doctor handed the paper of the consent form for intravenous infusion of oxytocin to Lin Jinyan, shaking his head with a sigh. Lin Jinyan frowned and glanced around, and when she saw a certain line of text, she couldn't help but let out a laugh despite feeling weak. Ha ha ha. The cheerful laughter of Lin Jinyan echoes in the ward. Kai Yue is really a big fool, ha ha ha. The form needs to be filled out with one line, your relationship with the patient. It was supposed to be filled in as husband. Kai Yue, being overly nervous, suddenly had his IQ drop to negative numbers, and in a moment of panic he wrote, the relationship is quite good. Yang Shuang, quite good. Did Kai Yue really write this? Zio Menki, haha, how does Kai the school hunk have such a funny side? Kaio Kinking, he was so cool in high school, who would have thought he turned out to be a funny guy. On the 3rd day after giving birth, several close friends came to visit Lin Jinyan in the hospital room. Lin Jinyan's complexion had improved quite a bit compared to right after childbirth. Her eyes were lively, and her lips and cheeks were gradually turning rosy. She lay in bed chatting casually with her friends. Wang Siwen, my Zhizhai baby, does it hurt? Lin Jinyan shook her head and sighed. It hurts. Although I had a painless delivery, I can still feel it. Plus, it's not over after giving birth. Not only is there the pain of contractions, but I also have to endure the doctor pressing on my belly. Just thinking about how the doctor had been fiercely pressing on her belly these past few days made Lin Jinyan's delicate brows furrow tightly, feeling uncomfortable all over. Her girlfriends were so scared that their faces turned ashen. Is it really that terrible? A man enjoys it for a moment, but it is the woman who suffers. I absolutely won't give birth. No matter how cute the child is, I won't even take a glance. Just as the best friends were uniting against Kai Yue, who harmed Lin Jinyan by making her pregnant, the hospital room door opened with a click from the outside. A light pink baby crib came into view, and behind the crib stood 5 adults, protecting the small crib in the center like guardians. The 5 adults are the baby's grandmother, the baby's maternal grandma, 2 maternity nurses, and a hospital nurse. Both inside and outside the room, no one expected there to be so many people on both sides. Li Suhua made a shhh gesture. The baby just went for a hearing screening and is now asleep. Grandmother Zhang Wenli proudly pushed the crib into the ward, while those around her were unable to seize this golden spot for the crib. I saw a small bundle nestled in the crib sleeping. She was wrapped in a fragrant taro purple swaddle, with a matching yarn hat on her little head, and one round little hand stretched out from the swaddle, obediently resting beside her small face. Everyone was seeing such a small baby for the first time and couldn't help but come closer to take a look. 4 girls' heads were squeezed together, carefully looking at this human cub that had just been born 3 days ago. The little one only had her face and hands exposed, with tender and delicate skin, small and exquisite features, lips dyed with natural cherry blossom pink, and chubby little paws holding tight to round fists. A beam of sunlight just happens to shine in through the bright floor-to-ceiling window, making the little one's small nose, high cheekbones, and little face look like they are coated with a layer of natural diamond sparkly highlight. She is wearing a dreamy, ethereal lavender outfit, surrounded by a faint sweet milk scent. So adorably stunning. The 4 girls have a feeling of instantly falling in love. But since the little one was sleeping, although they were extremely excited, they could only cover their mouths and discuss in low voices. So cute. She really looks like a peach. Clearly it's a glutinous rice ball. Isn't the country encouraging having children? This child I want. Everyone looked at Lin Jinyan and summed it up with one sentence. Natural birth is not as easy as it seems. What color bag do you like, baby? A few people took turns taking pictures with the little piglet who fell asleep, their faces filled with the sweet smile of being an aunt for the first time. Lin Jinyan. No way, you guys, that's not what you said just now. Lin Jai looked coldly at those 4 complacent friends. So she is responsible for giving birth, and they are responsible for playing with the cute little ones. The calculation is really precise. Zhang Wenli and Li Suhua have rarely argued these days, and they stand proudly beside the crib. Both grandma and maternal grandmother think the baby is very cute, cuteness overload level. As everyone was enjoying themselves in the ward, Aunt Wang smiled apologetically at everyone. Visiting hours are up. Li Suhua and Zhang Wenli glanced at Aunt Wang with discontent. The 4 girls didn't speak, but there was a hint of disappointment on their faces. They are going to be kicked out just 15 minutes after they arrived. Aunt Wang wiped her cold sweat and forced herself to add, the child and mother need to rest. Well, the child's father should be back soon. Upon hearing this, Li Suhua and Zhang Wenli subtly closed their mouths. In order to let Lin Jinyan rest fully, Kai Yue has strictly controlled the visiting personnel and visiting time these past few days. If Kai Yue discovers that they are making noise in the ward, this man will really get angry. Zhang Wenli knows very well that her son is quite stubborn, so she can only urge everyone to leave. Let's go, we shouldn't disturb mom and the baby resting. Yang Shuang, when you are discharged and back home, we will go see you again. Lin Jinyan also helplessly smiled at everyone. Okay. Although Kai Yue's arrangements may seem somewhat impolite to friends and family, Lin Jianian, who has just given birth, indeed prefers a quieter environment. She currently needs peace and quiet for recovery. The four close friends stuffed red envelopes into the baby's crib and also brought Lin Jianian several bags of postpartum supplements before leaving the hospital room. After everyone left, Lin Jianian slept for a while longer. During this time, she faintly heard the sound of the baby crying and an aunt soothing the child. The sounds quickly faded, and Lin Jianian, with heavy eyelids, did not wake up. Waking up again, it was already noon. Lin Jinyan opened her eyes and saw Kai Yue sitting by the bed. The man must have just arrived. He layered a black leather jacket over a shirt, paired with a black long sleeve underneath, and his chiseled, deep-set features carried a wild, rugged charm. Seeing that Lin Jinyan was awake, he took off his jacket and asked, "Are you hungry? Do you want to eat something?" Lin Jianian lazily uttered a soft "mm." Kai Yue opened the thermos, rolled up his sleeves to reveal an invaluable heavenly bead bracelet and a half-sleeve tattoo. He scooped up a spoonful of light fish gelatin soup and fed it to Lin Jianian's mouth, saying, "Drink some soup first." These past few days, Lin Jianian had gotten used to being fed. Every bite of her meals was spoon-fed to her by this man. After she finished a bowl of warm and delicious fish gelatin soup, her complexion became even more rosy. She scanned the surrounding, her eyes searching for the little one. She saw the chubby little girl lying on the bed, sleeping soundly, with her pink puffy lips slightly parted. Lin Jinyan noticed that when the little one was asleep, her eyeliner resembled Kai Yue's, which was delicate and elongated. But whenever the little one opened her eyes, they looked like Lin Jinyan's. Both mother and daughter had a pair of round, twinkling puppy star eyes. Lin Jinyan observed the chubby little one in the crib from a distance, and then turned to assess the man. She originally intended to find the similarities in their features, but discovered that Kai Yue had been staring at her all along. Kai Yue's mood seemed unclear these past 2 days, always gazing at her with that deep, dark look. Lin Jianian tilted her head in confusion. Kai Yue lowered his gaze, his eyelashes casting a faint shadow on his cheeks, concealing the fleeting emotion that passed through his eyes. He put away the insulated bowl, went to wash his hands, and as he passed by the crib, he deeply stared at the sleeping baby for a moment. In front of the bathroom mirror, Kai Yue washed his face, fine drops of water dripping down the chiseled contours of his face. The whites of his narrow eyes were filled with red blood vessels, and a faint blue shadow lingered beneath his eyes. He couldn't explain what it felt like to be a father. They had only formally met this newborn for 3 days, and their relationship was still not very familiar. But now, every time he closed his eyes, he couldn't help but recall Lin Jiyan's pale face during childbirth. Whenever Kai Yue thinks of Lin Jianian lying on that delivery bed, he feels a sense of helpless loneliness and tearing within his heart. At that moment, he really worried about losing her. He couldn't help her at all. These past few days, he has been staying in the hospital room, but he can't sleep at all. He always wakes up in the deep of night, staring at the sleeping woman like a pervert, even needing to check Lin Jixian's breath to confirm she is alive before he can breathe a sigh of relief and return to his own bed. After Kai Yue went out, he found that the little one in the crib was already awake. The little one was blinking its big eyes, resembling purple grapes, and rolling them around. There is a windowsill in the hospital room where sunlight can shine in, and it is covered with a layer of soft, fluffy blanket. Although it is winter now, the indoor temperature is about 27 degrees. Aunt Zhao took off the snowball's quilt and outerwear, leaving her wearing only a diaper. She placed the smooth little chubby girl on the blanket by the window, letting her lie down to bask in the sun. The baby's jaundice level is slightly high, so a little sunbathing can help lower it. Kai Yue returned to Lin Jian's hospital bed and saw the woman. Her attention was focused on the windowsill, and a gentle smile played on her lips as she discussed names with the baby. "Is it okay to call you chubby girl?" The little one didn't react much, but his back was extremely arrogant. "Then should I call you meat bun?" The little one turned his butt towards all the adults, with a ball-like back that was very proud. As Lin Jinyan felt conflicted, she slightly propped herself up and looked down through the window from this angle, where she could see a thick layer of snow covering the hospital yard. There was a heavy snowfall last night, and today, after the snow, the sun is shining brightly. Golden sunlight, pure white snow, and a soft little cub. The little cub on the windowsill looks like a small figurine made of snow. Lin Jai's mind flashed with inspiration and said, "How about we call you Snowball?" The cub's little fingers moved, and with a soft owl, it made a sound. Snowball was quite satisfied with her new name. That's settled then. After all, with the adults' level of education, they won't come up with any better names for now. Tilda. You've really pushed my buttons. You must have stepped on cotton. After resolving the naming issue, Lin Jinyan finally felt a weight lift off her shoulders. She hurriedly instructed Kai Yue, "Quick, take a picture with your phone. The little one looks so cute sunbathing." Kai Yue responded with an but he didn't understand what was so cute about this. Aren't human babies all like this? But he still stood up, took his phone and walked over to the windowsill. The sunlight reflecting off the snow outside the window momentarily blinded him. Kai Yue squinted his eyes and carefully looked at the little one basking in the sun. The little guy has even had the last diaper taken off. She lay on the soft blanket, her whole body smooth and bare, her small frame round and plump, her skin a pale pink, and upon closer inspection, there was a layer of light fluff covering her body, like a fuzzy peach that escaped from somewhere. Kai Yue couldn't help but chuckle, took a picture of the peach and sent it to Lin Jianyan. Lin Jianyan received the high-definition photo of the little one basking in the sun. She smiled and said, "Zuduan looks like a little fuzzy peach. Oh no, I should call her baby peach." Kai Yue. The two ants. Lin Jianyan did not finish the second half of the sentence. She looked at her chubby treasure with starry eyes, feeling quite emotional. Looking like this, can you really blame the monsters for liking to eat children? This product is called a baby peach. She really wants to eat. Lin Jinyan continued to stay in the hospital ward for 2 days before returning home to rest during the postpartum period. The issue of how to eat during the confinement period led to a series of disputes between Li Suhua and Zhang Wenli. Kai Yue managed to calm Li Suhua and Zhang Wenli down, but he no longer allowed the two mothers to interfere with Lin Juyan's confinement. Kai Yue took a firm stance. Whenever the two elders came to Yanshan Zhenjing, he only allowed them to see the snowball but did not let them go upstairs to disturb Lin Juyan's rest. Li Suhua and Zhang Wenli are both strong-willed women. They were very unhappy with Kai Yue's arrangements. However, every time they saw the plump and increasingly adorable snowball they were fostering, their anger dissipated. As a result, Lin Juyan enjoyed a peaceful and free confinement period. She secretly breathed a sigh of relief because she really couldn't handle the heavy love that the elders arranged for her, such as chicken soup with a thick layer of grease and the heavily flavored pig trotters in ginger vinegar. Eating it occasionally was fine, but the elders meant for her to eat it every day, at every meal. Not only that, there are all kinds of especially strict rules. For example, you cannot wash your hair, cannot drink water while standing, cannot look at electronic devices, and apart from lying down, eating and relieving yourself, you cannot do anything else. Just the fact that she cannot wash her hair is unbearable for Lin Jinyan. She treasures her hair dearly. with a head of black, silky long hair that she used to wash every day. But because she had a baby and was hospitalized, Lin Jinyan hadn't had the chance to wash her hair these past few days. By the 7th day, Lin Jinyan scratched her head, still wearing a woolen hat, and it was clear that she had reached her limit of endurance. Aunt Wang massaged Lin Jinyan's shoulders and neck. If you want to wash your hair, you must use herbal water. Lin Jinyan frowned. Is it really that complicated? Her scalp itched unbearably, and whenever she closed her eyes, she couldn't help but imagine bugs crawling all over her head, burrowing into her ear canal to suck out her brain matter. Aunt Wang smiled slightly. Don't worry, Mr. Kai has prepared everything. Lin Jinyan was surprised. Huh? Aunt Wang smiled as she brought Lin Jinyan into the public health area. Lin Jinyan paused his steps slightly, and surprise flickered in his eyes as he saw the scene before him. In the bathroom, a Thai-style shampoo lounge chair was installed at some point, connected to a large electric water boiler that was buzzing, boiling a full pot of traditional Chinese medicinal water. The man was wearing a long-sleeved sports shirt paired with white shorts, bending over the lounge chair to check the shower head and water temperature. He heard footsteps, his narrow eyes lifting slightly, and was also stunned to see Lin Jinyan. Aunt Wang couldn't help but smile and said, "Madam, ever since you mentioned wanting to wash your hair, Mr. Kai has been busy with this matter for the past couple of days." Kai Yue rolled up his sleeve, revealing half of a tattoo. "Why don't you lie down and try?" Aunt Wang playfully pushed the suddenly shy Lin Jinyan onto the lounge chair to lie down comfortably, wrapped a towel around her neck, and then left the bathroom with a knowing smile, leaving the young couple some private space. Lin Jinyan lay on the leather chair, pursing her lips and remaining silent, but her peripheral vision kept catching the corner of Kai Yue's clothes as he busily moved back and forth. He clumsily operated the giant water boiler and tested the water temperature with the shower several times. 5 minutes later, Kai Yue relaxed her brows and eyes, finally satisfied, and said, "Done." The sound of water splashing began to ring out, and Lin Jinyan felt her scalp suddenly warm. Her hair was drenched in the strong-smelling herbal water. A corner of her heart seemed to be watered as well, becoming damp and sticky. The brown herbal liquid flowed through her satin-like long hair, and under the fluorescent light, her black hair resembled a shimmering waterfall, while her heart was also coated in a layer of pearlescent brightness at that moment. The man's palm brushed against her scalp, fingers spread wide, awkwardly combing through her hair. Kai Yue did not know that she was a genuine hand fetishist. She really liked his hands. His hands have been particularly attractive since he was a teenager. When he dribbles the basketball or grips the handlebar of a road bike, the veins on the back of his hands stand out clearly, appearing strong and powerful, exuding a sense of masculine hormones. His hands can also switch to a more forceful and dominant style, such as gripping her ankle or massaging her body. But Lin Jinyan realized for the first time that Kai Yue's hands could be so gentle, softly stroking her hair and gently kneading her earlobe. Lin Jinyan was lost in thought when she suddenly heard Kai Yue ask uncertainly, "Is the pressure okay?" Lin Jinyan vaguely replied, "It's fine, I guess." After receiving her affirmation, Kai Yue let out a sigh of relief, turned off the shower, and started applying the shampoo to her hair. The bathroom was filled with a strange mix of the scent of traditional Chinese medicine and shampoo. Although it was a bit odd, it wasn't unpleasant at all. Lin Jinyan closed her eyes and quietly asked, "What ingredients are in the medicine?" Kai Yue casually replied, "I don't remember either, but there are probably over a dozen types of traditional Chinese medicine." Lin Jinyan bit her lip. "Next time, there's no need to be so troublesome." Kai Yue scoffed lightly and said leisurely, "The kettle is very convenient. If you want to wash your hair, I can help you wash it every day." Lin Jinyan did not say anything further, her eyes seemingly veiled by a thin layer of mist. After washing her hair, Lin Jinyan was full of spirit. She sat in front of the dressing table with a rosy complexion, while Kai Yue stood behind her to help blow-dry her hair. Lin Jinyan noticed that the man's clothes were also dampened by the traditional Chinese medicine liquid, and both of them emitted the same faint, fragrant aroma of herbal medicine. A hint of secret joy rose in Lin Jinyan's heart as she looked at her disheveled self in the mirror and the focused expression of Kai Yue, feeling very good, her brows and eyes curving up. Just finished blow-drying her hair, Aunt Zhao knocked on the door and walked into the master bedroom. "Madam, the baby has woken up. Would you like to hold her?" Lin Jinyan has been wanting to learn how to hold a baby these days. She was just about to nod when Kai Yue said softly beside her, "I'll do it." When he went to change his wet clothes in the wardrobe, he frowned at Lin Jinyan and said, "You're not fully recovered, no holding. It's bad for your back and hands." Lin Jinyan looked bewildered. She didn't expect Kai Yue to be so deeply brainwashed by traditional postpartum beliefs, which were essentially no different from her mother's and mother-in-law's views. Kai Yue changed into a high-quality dark gray sweater. He sat on the sofa, looking at the soft little bundle that was wrapped up, his expression very calm. The soft dumpling is wrapped in a sky-blue anti-jump blanket today, wearing a small floral hat on her head. She opened her eyes, and her clear, bright black pupils turned left and right. Her face is even chubbier than when she was born, rosy and sweet, like two delicious little strawberry cakes. Lin Jinyan excitedly covered her face. "Help, she is so cute." The snowball is gradually becoming steamed bun. This means she looks more and more like a fermented steamed bun. Aunt Zhao added with a smile, "The little beauty still has those European-style big double eyelids." Although the snowball has just been born, she can feel that both her mom and aunt are enthusiastically praising her. The little guy happily twisted his meatball body, his pair of big eyes, still unable to see clearly, spinning around curiously. When Lin Jinyan and Aunt Zhao were deep in thought, immersed in the beauty of the snow, Kai Yue showed no expression. He was naturally insensitive to cute things. He was sitting straight on the sofa, practicing the swaddling technique of Zhao the month worker, adjusting his hand position. "Mr. Kai, can you bring your hand a little closer?" "Are you ready? I will now hand the snowball to you." Kai Yue nodded. The next moment, a warm, soft, and heavy bundle was placed in his arms. The sweet scent of milk mingling with a faint smell of chicks warmed his nose. Kai Yue's pupils constricted, his arms suddenly stiffened, and his mind went blank for a moment. He really didn't expect holding a child would feel like this. Such a small bundle, soft as cotton candy, warm like a little cotton jacket. Kai Yue lowered her head, making eye contact with the snowball in her arms. He met a pair of big eyes that looked like purple grapes, and the pupils actually sparkled. The little one in her arms might be feeling uncomfortable. She slightly pursed her lips, and the plump flesh on both sides of her face puffed up. Lin Jinyan watched Kai Yue holding the baby with envy and started taking photos of the scene of the dad holding the baby for the first time, wanting to contrast. When the baby purses her lips, the face looks even more adorable. Kai Yue was stiff, not daring to move at all. Zhu Tuan did not feel her father praise her for being pretty and cute, and she tightened her round claws, wriggled her body and pouted, looking extremely proud. Since her father doesn't appreciate her beauty, she doesn't want to hug him. Kai Yue interpreted this cub's very arrogant display, and with his brows slightly raised, insisted on holding her. He even stood up carrying the snowball around. The snowball hummed and fidgeted, kicking restlessly under the blanket, wanting to kick away her stinky dad who wouldn't praise her. "I hate it. When she grows up, she definitely will." "Huh, what is this?" Zhu Tuan found her small face pressed against a strange object. Her vision was still very blurry, and she could only see a rough outline. But she heard her mother anxiously ask, "Kai Yue, why did you put Zhu Tuan in front of the Nandina?" Zhu Tuan also heard the vibrating sound from her father's chest. Isn't green supposed to protect the eyes? I want her to see green. Zhu Tuan heard Aunt Zhao's helpless voice again. Well, Mr. Kai, Zhu Tuan can't see anything right now. Why don't we wait until she grows a bit older too? Mom was very anxious. Kai Yue, you might as well hand Zhu Tuan over to Aunt Zhao. Dad cleared his throat. Sorry, I'll try again. What are you trying to try? Zhu Tuan kicked her chubby legs, and since she apologized, she should be returned to Auntie or Mom. But Zhu Tuan's plan fell through. Because Aunt Zhao whispered to Mom, men actually have a natural talent for taking care of children. Mom was half believing and didn't stop Dad from holding her. Snowball, the weather mouse is here. Snowball was being held by Dad and was almost falling asleep when she suddenly heard her dad's phone ring. Then she was placed on a bed. Kai Yue received an urgent call from Vice President Chen, needing to have a meeting to discuss something immediately. Lin Zhai Nian and the aunt were not around, and the situation was very urgent, so he had no choice but to put Snowball down casually. He was not at ease leaving, so he used the butt of the Snowball lying on the bed as a phone stand and directly made a video call with Vice President Chen. Kai Yue didn't expect that the Snowball was so suitable for making a phone stand. He frowned slightly and focused on discussing issues with Vice President Chen and several clients. The Snowball couldn't turn over. She felt something square and solid placed on her soft backside, not knowing what it was. While Dad is having a video conference on the phone, Zhu Tuan clenches her little fist tightly. PFFFF. PFFFF. Two loud sounds. The Snowball covers its little ears with two small round hands, puffing up its little face in anger. Although she didn't know what Dad was going to do with her, Snowball had a feeling it wasn't anything good. She sent him too stinky far. On the other end of the video, Vice President Chen's voice paused for a moment. He steeled himself to continue reporting on the project progress, but he couldn't help but show a hint of embarrassment on his face. He had just heard a fart, no, two fart sounds. He looked at Kai Yue and was suddenly startled. This young manager, known as Zhao Kaizong, just returned to the country at the beginning of this year to take over the company projects. Although young, he is decisive in his actions, has strong professional ability, and has quite a demeanor reminiscent of the former manager, Lao Kaizong. He usually doesn't smile much in the company and is a complete cool guy, a typical royal prince. However, Vice President Chen noticed that Zhao Kaizong's expression changed several times, from shock and anger to teasing amusement, and finally to helplessness. What does this all mean? Could it be that, because he heard Zhao Kai always farting, Zhao Kai will hold a grudge against him in the future? Although Deputy General Chen's tone was steady, his mind was in turmoil. He wanted to advise Zhao Kai, saying, even though those two farts just now were really loud, farting is a normal physiological phenomenon, and there's no need to feel embarrassed. The video conference not only included Deputy General Chen but also two Japanese clients. Deputy General Chen subtly glanced at the Japanese client sitting opposite him, noticing that the client was sitting upright with a calm expression, seemingly undisturbed by the previous two thunderous farts. Deputy General Chen hurriedly finished stating the key points, and Kai Yue exchanged a few words with the clients. This brief meeting concluded within 10 minutes. Vice President Chen wiped the cold sweat from his brow and nodded to Kai Yue on the video call. Zhao Kai, I will escort Mr. Sato and Mr. Suzuki back to the hotel first. You can go to the restroom to relieve yourself now. Sure enough, Kai Yue slightly nodded and immediately hung up the video call. Vice President Chen shook his head and sighed, thinking to himself that it must have been hard for Zhao Kai just now. Having to hold it in for so long for the meeting, he must not be stubborn and ended up getting sick. Kai Yue put away his phone and immediately picked up the chubby cub lying on the bed. The chubby cub blinked its big, sparkling eyes. its doughy body wiggling uncomfortably, while a small round paw stretched out from the blanket and waved energetically in the air. Kai-Yue looked helpless and took the snowball to find Aunt Zhao. After searching for a while, he found Aunt Zhao and Lin Jianian in the kitchen, where Aunt Zhao was boiling honeysuckle tea. She wiped her hands and took the snowball. Aunt Zhao is experienced. She can tell just by looking that Zhu Tuan has pooped. Aunt Zhao smiled and said, "Just in time, we can wash Zhu Tuan's bottom and give him a bath now." Lin Jinian curiously asked, "Is it with honeysuckle water?" Aunt Zhao nodded. "That's right, Zhu Tuan's jaundice level is slightly high. In addition to getting more sun, taking a bath with honeysuckle water is also a good way to relieve it." Lin Zhai had been resting in bed for the past few days and hadn't moved much. She had yet to see Zhu Tuan take a bath. She pulled Kai-Yue into the bathroom as well, and the two young parents observed the little one taking a bath together. The meatball was quickly undressed by the aunt. She was covered in tender flesh, with no neck, no wrists, and no ankles. Her plump body was stacked in segments, resembling a small lotus root spirit. She lay in the shallow honeysuckle water, covering her belly button with a small handkerchief to hide it. With big eyes slightly drooping, her chubby face was rosy, and her little plump hands were tightly clenched into fists, while her pudgy little feet tentatively kicked the water. So adorable it's explosive. Lin Jinian was almost overwhelmed by the cuteness. When she realized her phone was not on her, she shook Kai-Yue's arm vigorously and said, "Hurry up and take out your phone. Let's capture the moment of the snowball taking a bath." Kai-Yue was softly rubbing against Lin Jianian. His thin lips slightly curled as he took out his phone from his pants pocket and said lightly, "Do you really need to film while showering?" Lin Jianian shot him a glare before snatching his phone away. "You don't understand, it's truly worth commemorating." While Lin Jianian was recording a bathing video for Snowball, Kai-Yue stood at a distance watching the excited Lin Jianian and the little ball, who was also excited but a bit apprehensive. The little ball was still too young. Every bath playing with water was a unique and thrilling experience for her. She cautiously kicked the water, feeling the warm and smooth honeysuckle water flowing to her little belly, then sliding up to her little chest before immediately falling back down, like the waves of the sea rising and falling. Although the snowball understands nothing, it still feels a pure and sincere joy rising from deep within. She loves taking baths, Tilda. 8 minutes later, the plump little pig dumpling is ready. The snowball, after a bath, is wrapped in a light yellow towel and placed on the big bed. Her complexion is healthy and rosy. Her small lips are tinted with beautiful delicate blush, and her eyes are large and bright. Aunt Zhao uncovered the snowball's towel and said with a smile to Lin Jinian and Kai-Yue, "After the bath, we will now give the baby a massage." Seeing that the two young parents seemed interested in parenting knowledge, Aunt Zhao added, "Baby massage has many benefits. It can stimulate the baby's nerve endings, promote growth and development, help with sleep, and enhance the parent-child bond." Aunt Zhao played a soothing children's song. She squeezed a pump of massage oil into her hands, rubbed them together to warm them up, and smiled at the little one lying on the bed. "Zuduan, Auntie is going to give you a massage now." She placed her warm palms on Zuduan's little belly, rubbing in a clockwise direction. Since Zuduan's umbilical cord had not completely fallen off, Aunt Zhao carefully avoided the belly button area. The little belly was squished into various shapes, and Zhu Tuan found it very amusing, her big eyes sparkling with joy while her little pink fists waved happily. Aunt Zhao finished rubbing Zhu Tuan's belly and then flipped her over into a prone position, gently kneading her spine. Zhu Tuan rubbed her little face against the soft bath towel below, squinting her eyes, feeling completely satisfied and comfortable. The final step was to knead her limbs. Zhu Tuan was flipped over again, and she lay obediently while feeling very good. Lin Jianian was eager to try. "Can I give it a try?" she really wanted to squeeze. Zhao Yusao glanced at Kai Yue and said awkwardly, "Madam, your body has not yet recovered. I advise you not to bend over. If you want to learn baby massage techniques, you can wait until after the confinement period." Lin Jianian frowned in disappointment, and Kai Yue held her shoulder and stepped forward. "I'll learn." Having just washed his hands, Kai Yue skipped the hand-washing step, walked to the bedside and asked softly, "What should I do?" Zhao Yuesao held onto Zuduan's left thigh to demonstrate to Kai Yue. "Mr. Kai, you can hold onto Zuduan's right thigh like this, and then knead from the outside of the thigh inward, alternating with kneading the top of the foot." Kai Yue rolled up his sleeves, bent down, and grabbed Zuduan's big pig trotter. Zuduan HMPH tilde. Zuduan fiercely kicked the big pig elbow. Zhao the maternity nurse was shocked and worried. "Mr. Kai, you can use a little less force. The baby is still very soft. You must not exert too much strength." A hint of embarrassment flashed across Kai Yue's brow. He didn't mean to exert so much effort. It's just that he didn't know that the feel of this little one when it's all smooth like this would be like that. She was covered with a layer of massage oil. The fleshy part of the thigh seemed to melt away under the fingertips. With a slippery feel, if he didn't grip it tightly, it would slip through his fingers, so he had to exert some effort. Lin Jinian looked at the bread-like legs of the snowball with pain, advising Kai Yue, "You need to be gentler. The little one is still small." Kai Yue did not dare to be careless again. He learned the techniques of Zhao the maternity nurse and massaged the fat pig's trotters. "This little one has round knees with dimples on them. Michelin tire legs, the gaps between the meat need to be pried open." A faint smile appeared between Kai Yue's brows as he learned the techniques of Zhao the maternity nurse and continued to massage the little feet of the snowball. Lin Jinian was so jealous she could die. She couldn't help but gently scratch the chubby little feet of the child. The chubby little feet of the snowball exuded the aroma of delicious little bread. Her feet were like white steamed buns, adorned with 5 tiny meat buds. She didn't even have a heel. Lin Jinian swallowed. She felt like a big pervert. Otherwise, why would she want to put her daughter's little fragrant feet in her mouth and bite down hard? Lin Jinian couldn't help but take a few beautiful photos of Zhu Tuan's chubby feet and send them to the bridesmaid group. She typed awkwardly with feet this chubby, how will she buy shoes in the future? Lin Zhai didn't expect her friends to be more twisted than each other. Zio Menki, that meat is too tender, that foot is too round, it would be impossible to pick up if it fell on the ground. Yang Shuang, what shoes should I buy? This foot is suitable for being put in my mouth. Wang Siwen, can I have a bite too? Kaio kinking, stuff it into my nostrils please, I really need Zuduan's little feet to heal my scarred heart. Lin Jinian smiled, Vimi 50, I'll give you all a kiss. She put down her phone, and the caress ended at that moment. Zhao Yuesao helped Zhu Tuan put on his little clothes. Kai Yue stood up straight, lightly rubbed his fingertips together, raised his brows slightly, and felt relaxed and comfortable. This fat cub may not be good at anything else, but it's really suitable as a stress relief toy for parents. When in a bad mood, squeezing and rubbing can make a person feel relaxed and comfortable. The bridesmaid group of Lin Jinian suddenly went off. She took out her phone, unable to believe her eyes as she watched her friends transfer money one by one. In just 1 minute, Lin Jinian had received 200. You said that 50 yuan is enough for a kiss. You have to keep your word. The bridesmaid group name was quickly changed to Zuduan's dear friends. Lin Jinian found it hard to put into words as she looked at the chubby little baby lying on the bed. The chubby baby was wearing a red and white checkered onesie, making his little milk belly look round and bulging. His face was plump and full like a peach, and his small eyes looked very innocent. Some people can make money just by being born. Before she knew it, 20 days had passed since giving birth, and Lin Jinyan was awakened in the middle of the night by a sharp pain. She turned over in bed, her hands covering her chest, her beautiful brows tightly knitted. The man sleeping beside her also woke up, his long arm wrapping around Lin Jinyan's waist, his voice infused with the lazy, hoarse quality of the night. "What's wrong?" Lin Jinyan gasped softly. "It hurts." Kai Yue was stunned for a few seconds. He sat up and turned on the bedside lamp. Under the warm light, Kai Yue could clearly see Lin Jinyan's appearance at this moment. Her face was pale, her pearly teeth tightly biting her lower lip, and the strands of hair beside her cheek were drenched in cold sweat. Kai Yue narrowed his eyes and asked in a stern voice, "Where does it hurt?" Lin Jinyan pointed at herself and said, "It hurts here, it should be blocked." Clearly, she had already inhaled once an hour ago, and according to past experience, the level shouldn't have risen at this hour. But now she not only feels bloated and painful, but the pain feels different from normal physiological phenomena. "Kai Yue, should I call Auntie to come and take a look?" Lin Jinyan pulled Kai Yue. "Let's not do that for now." Although Aunt Wang had helped her with massage once before, Lin Jinyan was not used to others touching her body and felt ashamed and unable to let go. Kai Yue was at a loss and asked, "What should we do?" Lin Zhai's face turned red and she gritted her teeth, deciding to go for it. Can you help me press it?" After all, every time he kissed her, he would also knead and rub her. It wouldn't make a difference this time. Moreover, his hand strength is significant, so he should be able to work it out right. She pointed to her left shoulder. "Here there's a hard lump." There was a flicker of complexity in Kai Yue's eyes as he nodded. "I'll go wash my hands first." When Kai Yue returned to the bedside after washing his hands, Lin Jinyan was already lying flat. With her eyes closed, as if facing death, she heard the footsteps, squinted her eyes open a slit, and quickly closed them again upon seeing Kai Yue. Kai Yue stood at her side. "Where?" Lin Jinyan's fingertips trembled, her voice shy and soft. "This position." Kai Yue was using strength to help Lin Jinyan with a massage. After a while, the man asked in a low voice, "How is it? Is there any effect?" Lin Jinyan had just gotten through the most painful period. She gasped and nodded. "It's much better." She also slightly bent her eyes and said to Kai Yue, "Thank you." In the sincere gaze of Lin Jinyan, Kai Yue lowered his eyes and continued to massage her. He dared not slack off, nor could he allow the damp and disgraceful thoughts to occupy his mind. Half an hour later, although the hard lump had not completely disappeared, Lin Jinyan felt much better. It was already 3 in the morning. She pushed Kai Yue's hand away and said gratefully, "I feel much better. You should rest now." Kai Yue let her go. He slowly wiped her down with a dry towel and helped her button up her clothes, fastening them all the way to the top. "You can sleep now." Lin Jinyan yawned and said, "What about you?" "Kai Yue, I will go wash the towels." Lin Jinyan, blushing, thanked again. "Thank you, Kai Yue, for getting up to help me so late. Thank you." Kai Yue touched her head and said, "This is what I should do." He helped Lin Jinyan tuck in the quilt and turned off the bedside lamp. He picked up the wet towel and walked into the bathroom, closing the door. The man stood in front of the sink, his eyes suddenly darkened. She was so sincere in her gratitude towards him because she didn't know what he was really thinking. He picked up the towel and sniffed it at the tip of his nose. Again placed the index finger into the mouth, savoring it carefully. More delicious than he imagined. Kai Yue turned on the faucet and slowly washed the towel. The veins on the back of his hand, strained from the effort, appeared even more pronounced. He unintentionally met the gaze of the man in the mirror. The man in the mirror had a faint red tinge of desire in his eyes. Just like when I was 16, I accidentally bumped into Lin Jinyan at the corner of the corridor, and he fell into my arms. The Chinese exam paper in her hand fluttered down like snowflakes, scattering all over the ground, and she became anxious to the point that her eyes turned red. Kai Yue bent down to help Lin Jinyan pick up the scattered exam papers one by one. He quickly returned a neatly stacked set of Chinese exam papers to Lin Jinyan, whose eyes were filled with gratitude as she sincerely thanked him, exclaiming that he was a nice person. The intense and bright summer sunlight filtered through the corridor window, illuminating the girl's pupils to a clear and warm amber color. The summer breeze, carrying a sense of heat, stirred the boys' thoughts, making them long and distant, as if they had no end. Kai Yue had one hand in the pocket of his school uniform, responding with a defiant expression. "Oh, who told you I am the class monitor? Helping the Chinese class representative is just what I should do." If Lin Jinyan had known back then that during the brief 3 minutes he spent helping her pick up the Chinese test papers, what he truly thought about wasn't being a class monitor, let alone a Chinese class representative, but rather her soft body that collided with me just now, the sweet and subtle fragrance emanating from her neck brushed past. The soft hair on his chin, his anxious reddened eyes, slightly gasping for breath, revealing a hint of his pink tongue. Will she still say thank you to him? Kai Yue does not want to know the answer to this. Lin Jinyan never expected that Kai Yue would take so long to wash the towel. Was that towel really that difficult to wash? She was half asleep, her eyelids fighting against each other, when a wooden-scented shower gel fragrance wafted in. She heard Kai Yue's steady footsteps, and it seemed he stood by her bed for a few minutes before his footsteps abruptly receded. Lin Jinyan didn't understand why Kai Yue wasn't sleeping. Overwhelmed by drowsiness, she fell into a deep sleep. After Kai Yue came out of the bathroom, he felt both physically and mentally excited and simply couldn't sleep. He left the master bedroom and walked to the children's room door, hearing a loud crying sound. Currently, Zhu Tuan is sleeping with 2 aunts. Kai Yue knocked on the door. Aunt Wang opened it and apologetically said, "Mr. Kai, did the baby's crying disturb your rest? Zhu Tuan is hungry and we're about to feed her." Kai Yue looked inside the door and saw Aunt Zhao hurriedly heating a bag of breast milk she took out from the special small freezer for snowballs. The small freezer was filled with bags of breast milk storage bags, all of which were the baby food squeezed out by Lin Jinyan using a breast pump. The little bundle in the crib was very anxious due to hunger. She closed her eyes and cried loudly. The small round hands waved in the air, and the little pig hooves fiercely hit the bed. Bang, 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 echoing with a thud, expressing her overwhelming dissatisfaction. Kai Yue frowned slightly. This little one's temper is really big. I wonder who he takes after. Every time he hears the child's crying, it gives him a headache, so he immediately steps forward and awkwardly picks up the snowball into his arms. The 2 aunts want to stop it, but it's already too late. Based on their experience, when a baby is not physically uncomfortable and is just fussy, it is best not to pick them up immediately. Otherwise, the baby may develop a dependency, wanting to be held for everything, and some high-needs babies even want to be held all the time, including when they sleep. This not only affects the adult's normal life but is also not good for the child's development. Kai Yue seems to have solved the problem of the snowball crying at that moment, but in the long run, picking up a baby as soon as they cry is not encouraged. The snowball held by Dad stopped crying. She opened her big eyes to look at him, her glassy eyes sparkling with light. Only then did Chiyu realize that she didn't have any tears. She was just throwing a small tantrum and yelling. He observed this little guy with a triumphant look on his face. The little dumpling was wearing a sunflower jumpsuit, which was slightly oversized, and after crying earlier, it revealed a chunk of her chubby, smooth shoulder. A little bit cute. However, it's just a little bit. Kai Yue took the warm bottle of milk from Aunt Zhao's hand. "I'll feed." Aunt Zhao taught Kai Yue the correct breastfeeding position. The baby's head should rest on the adult's forearm, with the forearm supporting their waist and the palm cradling the bottom. Make sure the head is higher than the feet. The hand should hold the top of the bottle, and you must not allow the milk to cover the air hole. The bottle and milk should be held horizontally, and there's no need to fill the entire nipple. Kai Yue didn't expect there to be so much to consider when feeding. He stuffed the pacifier into the snowball's mouth. The snowball's light-colored brows frowned, and it uncomfortably stuck out its little tongue to try to push the pacifier out. Aunt Zhao spoke anxiously. "Mr. Kai, please don't use so much force. The child is still small, don't hurt her throat." Kai Yue was taken aback. He hadn't used any force at all. He had to quickly take the pacifier out. The snowball whined pitifully, while the little pig's hoof curled and straightened unhappily. For the second feeding, Kai Yue carefully inserted the nipple into the mouth of the snowball. This time, he controlled the strength well and learned the breastfeeding position taught by Aunt Zhao. The man's movements were stiff, and he felt an inexplicable tension deep down. When the snowball touched the nipple again, her tightly furrowed brows finally relaxed, and she firmly held the nipple, starting to suck on the warm, sweet milk with force. Snowball is so hungry, swallowing quickly. Glug glug, finished off more than half a bottle in one go. She took a breath and continued to glug, draining 100 milliliters of milk in 3 minutes. The two aunties clapped. "Snowball is great." After feeding the baby for the first time in his fatherhood, Kai Yue smirked slightly, put down the empty bottle, and looked at the cub in his arms. After eating and drinking enough, the plump flesh on Snowball's face appeared even more tender and bouncy, with a pair of small chubby hands placed honestly on the round little belly, and a satisfied and comfortable expression on her small face. Kai Yue chuckled softly. "You've grown so chubby. Not a single drop of milk is wasted." Since successfully feeding the first meal, Kai Yue began to learn parenting skills. It's absolutely not because the snowball is so cute. He is just enjoying the sense of achievement. Kai Yue looked at the little one, which was getting rounder by the day. His deep-set eyes were calm, and his three-dimensional facial features showed no emotion. Although not averse, Kai Yue has never liked cute little things since he was young. For example, while everyone else can't help but scream at the sight of a little kitten or puppy, Kai Yue would just stride past, too lazy to take another look. The night before the full moon, the family of 3 was all in bed. To be precise, it was Snowball who occupied the center of the big bed, while Lin Juyan lay on the bed looking affectionately at the baby, and Kai Yue sat by the bed reading, occasionally glancing at the mother and daughter. Lin Juyan looked at her baby, born after 10 months of pregnancy, her eyes sparkling. Kai Yue, Snowball's arms look like little lotus roots with a milky scent. How much milk is hidden in each segment? Snowball stretched out her chubby lotus root-like arms. This is all something we earned through our own efforts. Lin Jai couldn't help but reach out and touch in the end. The fingertips brushed over the tender skin of the little one, the delicate touch bringing her joy. Once this is open, there's no stopping it. Lin Jinyan not only wants to touch but also kiss and bite. The snowball, about to be a month old, is even more enchanting than when it was in the womb. The jaundice has completely receded and the little chubby face is pink, white, and soft. The big, crystal-clear eyes are bright and spirited. She feels her mother's love, and the little one excitedly kicks her chubby piglet feet. Kai Yue is reading a professional book, and he hasn't even closed it. With a relaxed and casual tone, he says, "She can really eat." Kai Yue didn't know how to appreciate the cub's beauty. Lin Jinyan was too lazy to say more to him. She quickly took pictures of Zuduan and sent them to the Zuduan's close auntie group. As expected, she received a shower of adoration from her girlfriend. Lin Jinyan, remember your words. Tomorrow is the little one's full moon banquet, and you need to give each of us a kiss. Exactly, I'm just afraid some people will try to default tomorrow. We have evidence since the money has been sent to you. Lin Jinyan gritted her teeth and replied with After replying, she felt indignant. Even her own mother hadn't been as intimate with her, yet her friends wanted to take the lead. Lin Jinyan swallowed her saliva and thought it might be better to take a sip now and see. She gently buried her face in the fluffy belly of the snowball. As she got closer, a scent of milk mixed with a faint baby fragrance rushed into her nostrils. Is that a belly? That's obviously a fragrant and soft glutinous rice dumpling. Lin Jinyan almost couldn't hold back, wanting to open her mouth and take a bite, preferably to eat the snowball back into her belly, so she could take it out again whenever she wanted to play. The snowball knows that mom is playing with her. Although she doesn't understand laughter yet, she is extremely happy. She waved her small pink fist, but was caught by her mother and treated as a toy. Lin Jinyan held the snowball's paw, brought it to his nose to take a sniff, then held it in front of his eyes for a closer look. The snowball's hands are round and plump, with 5 small dimples on the back of its fleshy hands. In the dim light, every inch of fat is translucent and glistening. When you gently poke her flesh with your finger, that area quickly sinks down into a dimple, and as soon as you remove your finger, the dimple quickly returns to normal. With a poke, a pinch, and a puff, Lin Jinyan became addicted to playing with the snowball. The snowball didn't know that it had become an adult stress relief toy. Its clear and bright round eyes turned around, and although its vision was still very poor, it didn't hinder it from gazing at its mother with a deeply dependent look. It had long gotten used to its mother's voice and scent while in her belly. The snowball really enjoyed being close to its mother. It felt extremely happy. Lin Jinyan took out a set of black and white cards to play with Zhu Tuan. She placed the black and white cards about 30 centimeters above Zhu Tuan's eyes and gently said, "Zhu Tuan, look here." The clever Zhu Tuan quickly turned her little face and stared intently at the black and white cards. Lin Jinyan held her hand with the cards still and smiled, saying, "This pattern is an umbrella." Snowball blinked for a few seconds and turned her little face away. Lin Jinyan immediately switched to another black and white card. "Snowball, what is this?" "This is a balloon." Snowball turned her little face back again, this time staring at the balloon for a longer time than before. Finding the rhythm that could capture the cub's attention, Lin Jinyan switched Snowball to play with several different patterned black and white cards. The little guy gradually got into it, making babbling sounds, indicating that he was very happy. The happy moments of Snowball cuddling with mom were always interrupted by someone, with Kai Yue's emotionless voice urging from beside the bed, "Lin Jinyan, it's time for you to sleep. You haven't finished your confinement period yet." Lin Jinyan stuck her tongue out at Kai Yue. "I want to play with Snowball for another 5 minutes. Do you know, playing with the baby with black and white cards has many benefits. It can cultivate her attention, promote color perception, and aid brain development." But Kai Yue knows more than she does, saying, "For a child of Zhu Tuan's age, black and white card training should be done once a day, with each session preferably not exceeding 1 minute. You just went over that." Kai Yue closed the book. "I'm going to send Zhu Tuan back to Auntie now." Zhu Tuan clenched her little pink fist and made a milky ow sound. "HMPH tilde, I don't want to go back." Lin Jinyan couldn't figure out when this man became so dad-like. He used to be a cool guy. She wanted to spend a little more time with the snowball, so she softly whined to Kai Yue. "Kai Yue, didn't you say you learned how to change diapers for the baby? Can you show me?" Kai Yue's gaze swept over the fat little one on the bed, and after a bit of thought, he nodded in agreement. Kai Yue took a diaper and walked to the side of the bed, his handsome brows slightly furrowed. Although he has indeed learned how to change a diaper, it has always been done with his aunt present. This is his first time changing by himself. Lin Jinyan looked at Kai Yue with expectant eyes. For new parents, successfully changing a diaper is already a commendable and proud achievement. Kai Yue went through the steps in his mind, then brought the snowball to the bedside. He bent down and unbuttoned the snaps of the onesie for the chubby child. The buttons were numerous, and Kai Yue felt a headache from unbuttoning them. Not to mention, Those two chubby piglet feet were very unruly and kicked around wildly. 3 minutes later, Kai Yue finally unbuttoned the snowball's onesie, ripped off the Velcro, and helped the snowball take off the diaper. Kai Yue casually wrapped the diaper and temporarily tossed it to the floor beside the bed. Bang! The diaper landed heavily like a bomb. He frowned in disgust and said, "Didn't we just change it? Why is there so much?" Zhu Tuan slammed the bread foot down hard on the bed, clenched her small pink fists, and pouted in grievance. "Why are you complaining about her? She can't help but want to pee." Lin Jinyan pointed at the diaper on the ground and said indignantly, "Kai Yue, the fact that Zhu Tuan has pooped a lot means she has eaten a lot. Look, even the diaper bomb is in the shape of a heart." "Kai Yue," Zhu Tuan whimpered. "Dad is bad, Mom is good." Kai Yue picked up a brand new diaper and looked a bit troubled. He felt embarrassed to tell Lin Jinyan that he forgot how to put it on. That's just how things are. Once you learn, you'll know it. Once you try, you'll fail. Lin Jinyan noticed Kai Yue's embarrassment, and she took out her phone to quickly search for a tutorial video on how to wear a diaper, placing the phone screen in front of Kai Yue's eyes. "Take a look." Kai Yue watched the video attentively, and Lin Jinyan also listened with great focus to the video explanation. No one noticed that the fat little guy lying on the bed couldn't hold it again, and with a small sound, he peed a big puddle on the bed. The spot where Snowball was lying happened to be where Kai Yue usually slept, and he even urinated next to Kai Yue's pillow. Kai Yue and Lin Jai watched helplessly as a large area of the bedsheet and a corner of the pillow got soaked. The instigator, the fat little guy, was looking at them innocently, with round, soft, and moist eyes. "Kai Yue, damn." Lin Jai's expression was awkward. "Fortunately, I didn't get peed on." "Snowball boo, I can't help it." Worried that the chubby baby would be interested in peeing again, Kai Yue hurriedly helped Snowball put on a diaper, and Lin Jai also stepped forward to help. The couple was busy and confused, but they finally succeeded in putting it on. Zhu Tuan can't see her diaper because her tummy is too big, otherwise she would definitely make a fuss. The first time Dad and Mom put a diaper on her, the angle of the magic tape on the left side was different from that on the right side, and the foam edge at the left thigh was not properly stretched, revealing a rough and strange texture. After putting on a diaper, put on pants next. The buttons on the jumpsuit are simply outrageous. Kai Yue clumsily managed to fasten one, only for it to be undone by the powerful thighs of the Snowball. Kai Yan's temples oozed thin sweat and his tone became a bit severe. "Don't move around. You can't wear it like this at all." Niugaelu Pangzai was also impatiently kicking her legs. She didn't want to be obedient. HMPH, it takes so long just to put a diaper on her, causing her to wet the bed and get laughed at. She hasn't even gone to Dad to settle the score. Lin Jinyan looked at the seemingly somewhat tense father and daughter, and smiled helplessly. "Kai Yue, ill deduct with you." She wanted to step forward to help, but Kai Yue stopped her. "You can't bend over yet." Lin Jinyan had no choice but to sit on the edge of the bed and speak gently to Zhu Tuan to divert its attention. 10 minutes later, Kai Yue finally managed to deal with the complicated buttons and successfully dressed Zhu Tuan in the onesie. Lin Jinyan pressed on and continued to plead softly. "Can we let Zhu Tuan sleep with us tonight? Didn't you learn to feed her? It should be easy to put her to sleep." Kai Yue's heart softened. In order not to disappoint his wife, he had to change the bed sheets, replace the pillows, and feed Zhu Tuan. Zhu Tuan was a bit tired from playing today and fell asleep while drinking. Kai Yue placed Zhu Tuan in the center of the big bed, turned off the main light, and prepared to sleep. Lin Jinyan had not yet enjoyed the sleeping time with Zhu Tuan when Zhu Tuan suddenly started crying again. Kai Yue immediately picked up the restless cub to soothe it, but he didn't expect that once he soothed it, he couldn't put it back down. The Snowball insists on sleeping in his arms. As soon as he puts it down on the bed, it cries. As soon as he holds it, it sleeps. As soon as he puts it down again, it cries. In the end, it has evolved into a necessity to walk around holding it. Otherwise, it refuses to sleep. Hearing the intermittent cries, the two aunties who had been waiting for a long time entered the master bedroom. Aunt Wang, upon hearing about the bedwetting incident, awkwardly said, "Mr. Kai, Mrs. Kai, if you need to change the diaper on the bed, be sure to lay down a waterproof mat." Aunt Zhao reached out her hand towards the little dumpling in Kai Yue's arms. "Snowball, come back with Auntie to sleep. Tomorrow is your full moon banquet." It was already midnight, and Kai Yue was very annoyed by the cries of the snowball, making her expression not very good. This kind of tiredness is different from work and exercise. It is the fatigue of daily trivialities. Without a second thought, the man immediately handed the snowball to the aunt. The snowball blinked her aggrieved big eyes and pouted. She didn't mean to stay awake. Her father's mechanical watch kept ticking, making it impossible for her to sleep well. She just wanted her mommy, wanted to smell her mommy's scent and sleep next to her. Kai Yue furrowed his brows at the snowball, and a thought arose in his mind. This little brat is full of mischief. He can't be around for even a second. The snowball struggled in Auntie's arms for a while, and a curious idea also popped into its little head. The adults don't understand her. She can't stay in this home for even a second. Lin Jinian looked at the father and daughter facing each other, filled with helplessness. In this miniature universe filled with the scent of milk, this smoke-free parenting war has just begun. The next day, the snowball was full moon. The little princess's schedule was packed to the brim. Lin Jinian and Kai Yue took Zuduan to the first stop of the full moon event early in the morning, vaccination and full moon checkup. The safety seat is adjusted to a reclining position suitable for newborns, and Zuduan, small and round, is securely strapped in with a 5-point safety harness. The chubby little body of the child is wrapped in the safety seat, with a pair of bright, clear, round eyes looking dazed and confused, and her cherry blossom pink little mouth gently pursed. She seems quite nervous, holding her small pink fists tightly. This is Zuduan's first time sitting in a safety seat. She feels curious, accompanied by a sense of vague fear. Lin Jinian noticed the little group's timidity and gently rubbed her little chubby cheeks with her index finger, laughing, "Silly snow dumpling. Why are you so honest? You're not like yourself." Usually, whenever she is awake, the snow dumpling's little feet are very restless. They are either crossed or wiggling their toes. I've never seen her like this before, with her chubby feet neatly placed on the car seat, her pair of small round hands hanging motionless beside her little belly, and her plump, pale pink little face full of the words well-behaved and quiet. Lin Jinian was amused by the well-behaved snow dumpling. Today, the chubby baby wore a white sweater with angel sleeves underneath and a peach-pink suspenders dress on top, paired with a pair of cotton white socks. Her belly was a bit big, making the originally very ladylike suspenders dress round like a ball. Although her hair is fine, soft, and short, Lin Jinian still styled it with two small, exquisite and cute checkered bows that matched the color of her suspenders dress. This outfit is fashionable and elegant, making Zhu Tuan's skin appear even more porcelain white and delicate, her small face radiating a light blush, resembling an escaping honey peach. Lin Jinian bought this outfit on a whim, but she didn't expect Zhu Tuan to look so great in it. She took countless photos of her little one. Ever since her baby was born, Lin Jinian's phone has faced a storage crisis due to the thousands of blurry photos taken in continuous shooting mode. Kai Yue was driving in front, wearing sunglasses, gripping the steering wheel, glancing at the rearview mirror with a smirk, and scoffed, "Zhu Tuan, are mom and dad taking you out to play? Are you happy?" Zhu Tuan blinked her eyes. She felt a kind of going out to play, and the joyful novelty of not at home or in a room and so on, plus the fact that she was finally getting used to being in the car. The little round hand of the small dumpling tentatively waved in the air, and her chubby little hoof swayed lightly from side to side. For adults, riding in a car is just a trivial matter, but for a little cub like Zhu Tuan, it feels like interstellar travel. Receiving Zhu Tuan's response, Kai Yue chuckled and praised, "Good." Zhu Tuan was so happy, letting out a milky sound. Lin Jiqian frowned and, lowering her voice with a dissatisfied expression, emphasized to Kai Yue, "We are not taking her out to play. Clearly, it's it's to get vaccinated." Kai Yuezheng said, "This is a path every child must take. After getting the vaccine, take her out to play." Seeing the joyful and well-behaved expression on Zhu Tuan's face, Lin Jianian couldn't help but feel a trace of unease and guilt in her heart. This complex and intertwined emotion peaked when getting off the car. This naive little bun truly believed that her mom and dad were taking her out to play. She was transferred from the car seat to the stroller. The little dumpling no longer felt uncomfortable as she did when she first stepped out. Her big eyes were blinking, her chubby little legs were kicking around. Then she bent them at a right angle, and finally happily placed her chubby foot heavily on the stroller handle with a thud. Zhu Tuan thought it was fun to go out with mom and dad. Although she couldn't smile yet, the whole dumpling was visibly bathed in joyful emotions. It wasn't until Zhu Tuan was picked up from the stroller by Lin Jinian that she heard children crying around her, a heart-wrenching kind of cry. Snowball frowned slightly. That little friend must be hungry or has a dirty diaper. That's why they're crying, right? Snowball obediently nestled in her mother's arms, sniffing her mother's fragrance. No matter what, she wouldn't cry. She's a good baby after all. She felt her mother gently patting her chubby bottom, speaking in a gentle tone. "Snowball, we are about to get a vaccination. Vaccinations are to enhance the body's immunity. It's a very good thing. Snowball is brave and strong, isn't she?" Snowball looked at her mother with complete trust. "What is this game called, getting vaccinated?" She happily rubbed against her mother's soft chest. Snowball hadn't been close enough to her mother yet, and suddenly she was turned around. Dad snatched her away from her mother's arms. The Snowball was whining and twisting like a plump little meatball, and Dad's arms were very strong, so she couldn't break free at all. She also heard Dad talking to Mom, saying, "I'll hold her. I'm afraid she will struggle later and you won't be able to hold her down." Lin Jinian did not speak. She lightly frowned, and a hint of reluctance flashed in her eyes. Kai Yue sat Snowball down in front of the vaccination station and said to her, "Kai Zhu, getting vaccinated is an important way to prevent disease. It's the most important shield for your growth. So you must be strong today, do you understand?" The vaccination nurse was preparing the vaccine, and she instructed, "Please expose the child's right upper arm." Lin Jinian slightly pursed her lips, lowered her head to unbutton the few buttons on the little Snowball's shoulders, and pulled down her oversized collar, revealing her chubby and smooth little shoulder and a section of her pale and tender arm resembling lotus root. The little dumpling thought this was her mom playing the vaccination game with her. Is this game as fun as the black and white cards? Her big eyes sparkled, and her chubby little arms tried to lift up to respond to Mom's game, but were firmly held down by Dad. Lin Jinian raised her hand to touch her round little head, suppressing her heartache, and said, "Don't be afraid, Zhu Tuan. It will be over quickly, just one moment." Snowball blinked cutely, waiting for her mother to play with her. The vaccination nurse held a sharp syringe, subtly raising her eyebrows. This little one's arms were soft and chubby, like Michelin tires. The nurse sighed for a few seconds, then without hesitation, initiated an epic showdown between the stainless steel pillow and Mickey's arm, as the sharp syringe plunged into the chubby flesh. Just as Snowball was feeling happy, she suddenly felt a tingling sensation in her arm. The little one was taken aback as that tingling feeling abruptly changed into a sharp pain. She was such a tiny little thing that even the gentlest touch felt like a giant wave to her, let alone a needle. Zutuan felt like her whole body was shaking like an earthquake. Zutuan couldn't believe it, her eyes wide open, and she cried out loudly, "Wow! Wow wow tilde tilde." For a moment, the entire vaccination room was filled with the sound of crying. The cries of this little one evolved over a month, transforming from the mewing of a kitten into a very powerful and intimidating baby cry. Lin Jinian was heartbroken. "My Snowball has been wronged, don't move, mommy will help you apply some pressure." Lin Jinian applied pressure to the vaccination site for Snowball, and Kai Yue held Snowball, rarely praising. Snowball behaved well today. Snowball was angry. Today no one could coax her even with compliments. She said she wouldn't let Dad hug her. Her little round paws raised up, chubby arms swinging angrily in the air, and her pink little face turned crimson with anger. Snowball pouted her little mouth high, sobbing a couple of times, then yelled furiously. Kai Yue teased with a smile, "This little one has quite the temper." By the time of the 1-month checkup, Snowball